will call to order this workshop of the San Marcos City Council. This is our visioning session. It is 8:43. Ms. Trevino, would you call the roll, please?
Yes. Ms. Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Basek.
Here.
Ms. Garza. Mayor Houston.
Here.
Mr. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Mendoza.
Here.
Mr. Gonzalez. We have a quorum present.
All right, first is our citizen comment time period. The City Council will hear citizen comments at regular meetings, work sessions, and workshops. There is a process to sign up to speak. If you're online, when it's almost your turn, a pop-up question will appear on the screen, and you must respond to it in order to be able to speak when it comes your turn. Speakers may speak once during the citizen comment time period and may not yield time to others. When it's your turn to speak, state your name for the record. You will then have 3 minutes. While you're speaking, the timer is in green. And when there's 20 seconds left, the timer's in yellow, and there's a ping sound. And when your time to speak is up, the timer will be red and the bell will ring. The mayor and council will endeavor to ensure that meetings are conducted in a courteous manner and in an atmosphere free of defamation, intimidation, personal insults, profanity, or threats of violence. If you do any of those, you will hear the gavel. I will ask you to leave the council chambers, or in the case of online, we will hit the mute button. Ms. Trevino, I see that we have one person to speak, and is Mr. Baker. I don't see him here. Is he online?
He's online.
He is? Okay, then it's Mr. Baker's turn.
Hello, yes, my name is Maxwell Baker. I am here today to talk about a little of the things that I heard yesterday, namely the citizen engagement and kind of expertise conversation. You know, something that myself and Councilmember Garza, Councilmember Rodriguez, community members long before me, the giants of whose shoulders we stand on, have all relied on the expertise of our neighbors and community to navigate difficult things. A lot of times, though, those conversations are happening behind closed doors, at each other's houses, handshakes in parking lots, things like that. And I think if the city would not be so defensive about, as Ms. Reyes kind of put it, weighing the expertise of our community members against the expertise of staff in some kind of we're going to agree to disagree moment, I think we would have a lot better of a situation and engagement in our community. You know, real experts, when confronted with a conflicting idea, would want to sit down with each other and discuss both sides of that issue and hopefully come to a consensus, which is, again, something that we've been asking for a long time. The consensus seems to be on the expertise side of staff's decision. As our own city attorney says all the time, attorneys can disagree. Environmental experts, engineers, all of these professions can disagree. But for you all to sideline us and say, oh no, this is so much better and we understand this more in a budget way than you do, and just dismiss us, is going to turn people off. And then our city turns around and spends tons of money on consultants trying to elicit this feedback that people are actually willing to give professional grade service level expertise on these issues to our city council members and our city staff, but they're being told, don't bother, go put this in a box with 10 other people. And whenever we do that community outreach, we're never qualifying the feedback that we're getting from those people. The demographics are not, are you an expert in water hydrology and transit? It's, oh, we had 68 people show up to town halls, right? Which is great. I love that people showed up, but I think anonymizing that feedback is really a disservice to, again, the expertise that exists in our community, and really gives council and staff less of an opportunity to capitalize on that. Stop wasting so much money. For the next year, maybe a strategic initiative would be to lean in to these conversations, invite the community in for real serious dialogue, and not be so defensive about our expertise and your expertise disagreeing, and instead use the moment to build constructive conversations around these issues. Everyone's here to have those conversations except for seemingly staff. Thank you.
Okay, Okay, apologies for the actual mic drop over here. Ms. Trevino, I believe that concludes our citizen comment time period. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if you would read item 1, please.
Hold discussion and participate in fiscal year 2026-2027 visioning workshop. Topics discussed may or may not include or be limited: growth, quality of life, economic development policies, transportation, community partners, outreach, future infrastructure and facility needs, beautification and community enhancement of core services, including future staffing and personnel needs, flood mitigation strategies, and provide direction to staff.
Okay, Ms. Reyes, are you kicking us off, or are we just picking up where we left off yesterday?
We can pretty much just kick off where we left off yesterday. I know Ms. Fontenot has sent over the draft with all the proposed changes and revisions that council had consensus on yesterday.
Sent over, define that.
She emailed them.
And we
she
have
has
printed
that, and then
copies
there's
in front
also
of us.
printed copies in front. And then we've also sent an email to the directors team asking them if they have any input that they would like to provide, as was invited by Councilmember Rodriguez, to ask if there were any operational concerns regarding any of the items. So we can take that in any order, Mayor, if you want to go through and see if anybody has any issues on anything that's been presented. I'm not aware that anybody has sent anything, other than one thing that maybe Mr. Avila, I think, sent about where it should go in terms of public transit. And so that's the only thing, but as far as operational concerns, I haven't heard any others at this point.
Okay, so now would be a good time to hear what we need to do there. So would that be Mr. Avila's turn to speak?
Yes, please.
And then there's a microphone nearby.
Really, the only suggestion I had was was more of a formatting suggestion, and that was to move the item to add bus seating and move it from the traffic operations section to the transit section.
So moved.
So it would be from C to D. It's, right now it's in transportation, traffic operations, and next item is public transit. Ms. Rodriguez, this was your item. Are you good with that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Council, are
ma'am.
y'all good with that? And Mr. Mendoza, I don't have a way of seeing you or if your hand is up, so you may just have to just say, hey, when you've got something to say.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. The reason why is I'm working at the same time. It's a bit of a distraction. I would hate for the camera to, or make it seem like I'm not paying attention. But yes, ma'am, my audio's on. Sorry.
Yeah, no, my point is, I don't have a screen to see you at all. So just say, hey, and
You will. You'll see it.
we'll go.
Okay, sounds
Okay.
good.
Okay. So, council members, you all good with this change? Mr. Avila, thank you so much. We will make that change, and then we will pick up where we left off yesterday, which was in the environmental protection section 5. And I believe we were all good with the changes or additions that were made yesterday, and I don't know if we're finished. So at this point, I will ask, does anybody have anything additional in section 5, environmental protection? Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be under environmentally, oh, perfect. Thank you all for pulling it up. It would be under environmentally friendly growth. There has been a lot of talk, I know we're all privy to it, about data centers in our community. Given the novelty, even though some of these things have been in the works for a while, but just given the rapid development of it, I have a couple of, and I sent staff ahead of time so that it could be on the screen for everybody to read.
That's always appreciated.
Yes, ma'am. Y'all are about to see all of my word vomit right here, sorry.
It's okay, we're getting to the section that we're talking about. It's probably the very end, or close to the end, because,
Yes, ma'am, right there.
yeah, I hear that.
So I have 3 items here. I can read them out loud for people who are watching. I'll start with the first. Establish clear mitigation requirements for any large-scale facilities, including data centers. There was some mention yesterday about some other alternative facilities as well that might fit this category, that address energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, water usage, noise, and landscape impacts as part of development review and permit approvals. We talked about this first one yesterday, not necessarily explicitly, but when we were talking about sort of what the development process looks like as far as review and the eventual or non-eventual permit approval, that's the first one I'm starting off with.
Okay, Mr. Pentalian, is this something that we need to address when we're going through the Land Development Code update that is in process now and will be to us in the somewhat near future?
Certainly, the recommended changes belong in the Land Development Code. As far as process and authorization and just
Yeah, the
all the
details.
steps that go, certainly, we would have to go through that process and get public feedback and what have you.
I was making sure that we knew that just putting it here doesn't make it happen.
100%.
Yeah.
And I think that's always important for the people. I know there are people watching. Absolutely. I think it was more so similar to the strategies that I incorporated on all other suggestions within this document, is to sort of be a catalyst to something. And to see, number one, what council thinks about it. It's very rare we have these opportunities to have candid conversations accompanied by directors as well. So that's why I felt it was appropriate here.
Council? And we're talking about putting this in the strategic plan and the environmental protection section under environmentally friendly growth. Mr. Pacell?
So the verbiage is this specific in the document, or this is just we're talking in and around it to get to?
That's what I'm looking for, is are we good with the concept? Secondly, are we good with the language? We're just developing
Yeah.
how this might or might not go into the plan.
Yeah, the more information, the better. Obviously, I do agree that this is a touchy subject, and instead of relying on people grasping for their own information via Google or whatever the case may be, the more info we have, the better. So I'm not against being informed, that's for sure.
I find it kind of redundant. We already do many of these processes through our normal daily events through development. So I think that you're just comparing the same parts together.
Let me ask Mr. Pentalian or our planning people, how much of this is already in the development code and what would actually be new here?
Mayor, I may defer to some of our individual departments, but, you know, and I think that topic is one that I was actually thinking of as you were talking. When we establish requirements, the implication is that we are either establishing numeric or performance-based.
Quantifiable.
Right, and also needing an enforcement mechanism. So some of these may be difficult to actually enforce from a greenhouse gas perspective, or others. Certainly, there are best management practices that can be required, which would not require us, say, to measure or to enforce. We would simply be inspecting to see if they were building something. So that might be an easier way to do it. So, you know, my preference would be is that the charge be given to staff to research how we would do this, as opposed to agreeing that we are going to establish every single one of these, because certainly some of these may prove difficult, but certainly we understand the intent going through each one of them. As far as energy consumption, obviously, if we are the provider of electric, that's something that we could look at. I don't know that we have ever limited the amount of electric usage for any given facility. And Director York, are you familiar with any requirements that we have had in the past related to that?
Tyler York, Director of Utilities. No, I don't think that we've had a singular large load, Mr. Pentalion, that is requested to come into town that would have drive this. You know, most of your historic loads can be served from individual substations that are either there or can be just easily put into the system. But we are looking into bringing a different interconnection agreement back to council sometime soon that would address this particular area and need. So we are working on that. Don't have it ready to share with you today, but we are aware of this because of the recent data center stuff, and we're going to bring you something back pretty soon.
Yeah, what's bothering me on this, Ms. Rodriguez, is at this stage, the word requirements, recommendations, I think I could be more comfortable with, because as noted, the requirements would come from what we end up in the land development code in the places where requirements can be set.
Sure, and I think also just hearing Mr. Pentalion too, the verbiage of establish, I'm wondering if determine would be sufficient to at least give the leeway to see what those things may be, rather than, because I'll be frank, the things listed following the first set of words, there may be things outside of that in that determination phase, right? That I think this thing is happening so rapidly. It's hard to say that this is just it, right? When these considerations are made.
And I think
Mr.
it
Meeker?
helps take the guesswork out of restrictive
Would you move
covenants
this
and what
in
have you, that,
to the
you know,
other side?
certainly we find that the development community likes to understand what the rules are, as opposed to coming in and having to negotiate unknowns. So certainly again, I understand the intent. I think it's just a matter of, for each one of these topics, or there may be others that might also be added to this list, I think maybe it's a matter of recommending to staff that we maybe pursue strategies to address these items.
Okay, so pursue strategies to address.
For the establishment of requirements or something to that effect.
Okay. And then, Mayor, you don't like the word requirement, correct?
At this point, no, but in the land development code, when we figure out what we need, that's where the requirement comes in.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. So I'm trying to see.
Policy guidelines?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking
fine
for
with that?
this
Okay.
far. And then
Which may or
the
may not
rubber meets the
become.
road in the development code.
Okay.
How about policy guidelines regarding any large-scale facilities? Because she has the items that get rid of the to establish. Yeah.
And I'd actually like to ask my colleague, not to put you on the spot, Mr. Purcell, let me know if you find this language limiting, because I know yesterday you were talking about developments as well. And so when I say large-scale facilities, obviously the inclusion to be explicit of data centers, but if I'd be open to also, maybe some of these things obviously don't fit to development specifically, but things like water, landscape. I know we talk consistently about energy consumption. So if you find it of interest to include something like that in here, I'd be amenable to it.
So for me personally, just not being that familiar with the land development code, I'd want to establish what's in the code first and make sure that I understand it before I could make a motion to do anything that specific. Strategically, though, I don't think, that's why for me it's it's more informational. This is the first of its kind in this area for us, specifically that we've had to cross this bridge, and so for me it's more informational. It'd be hard I think strategically we should always be wise and look into these facilities, but I don't know what's already in play for these developments. Now, I'm always going to be erring on the side of caution and just make sure that, when I'm making decisions on things that I know what I'm talking about. So for me, it's all information. It's all information. Strategically, it's a good year to look into it. I think it'd be wise. So.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I'd like to give Director Floyd a chance to speak to what is currently in the Land Development Code, but before I do that, I just want to make sure that we understand kind of what staff may come forward with. When we establish items in the Land Development Code, a lot of times they're either kind of numeric performance-based or technology-based. So like, let's just take noise, for example. A performance or numeric-based limit would be something like limit noise to 75 decibels. A technology-based would be build walls, soundproof walls around generators or things of that nature. So there's two different ways to approach that requirement. And ultimately, I think that's the work that we need to do, based on this, is look at those strategies, what's effective, what can we enforce, right? Because that's ultimately something that, from a regulatory standpoint, if it's in the Land Development Code, we have to have certainty in terms of how we enforce.
Absolutely.
And so that, I'll turn it over to Director Floyd.
Yes, yes, Mr. Pentalian said, those are kind of key for us, is really being sure that we can define those areas in the Land Development Code. But we'll say that, some of the upcoming changes in the Land Development Code, they're looking at in light industrial and business park zoning, which is a new category, that data centers would be a conditional use permit, which would mean then that we could set
Yeah.
some conditions. on
I'd like to
those.
keep our ideas on large facilities and perhaps not specify which type.
Sure, sure. But large type facilities, and then they would be permitted, those type facilities in heavy industrial. So those zoning districts would, we could talk about some additional standards in there and look at the guidance that would help us through that, but there will be a mechanism to better talk about how to maybe implement some of those in the upcoming changes.
Okay, and when we added this pursue policy guidelines, for me, I think it should be pursue policy guidelines for any large-scale facilities. Are you okay with that?
Yes, ma'am. And if you notice the bullet point beneath this, it's sort of, I wasn't trying to be repetitive. Again, y'all are looking at my notes from probably 1 o'clock last night or this morning. It's kind of saying the same thing, but it gives the permission to sort of initiate that process of developing a sort of framework. What are we working with here? The first part is obviously real specific on developmental review and permit approvals, but this sort of gets into what you're talking about on maybe there's something outside of that first bullet. So I didn't know if you wanted to kind of combine them, if that works better for y'all, or...
When you say framework for what? Because if we're talking about policy, and y'all stop me if I'm wrong anytime, if we're talking about policy, it would be the information in the Land Development Code. We wouldn't have the Land Development Code, and oh, by the way, we've got a separate policy over here, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, the idea would be to include it. I
Yeah.
don't see this being a standalone issue.
Okay,
It intersects
that's-
with so much. And that's why I didn't want to just explicitly say data centers, because I don't think that our development purely ends there when it comes to large-scale facilities. We want other things too. And so, yeah, I didn't want it to be limiting in that way either. So yeah, I think it would, to answer your question specifically, the idea was that it would live in the Land Development Code.
Well, it is an interesting conversation because one of the reasons, or one of the drivers behind this that makes you want to ask these questions is because there's a data center on the horizon. So it's
And let me say something right now about that. I'm trying not to talk about data centers in
Right.
particular, and the reason for that, if this was 2 years ago when we just heard about them and thought one might come,
Yeah.
that's fine, but we're going to have this on our next 3 agendas.
yeah.
And in the spirit of TOMA, I think we need
Sure.
to not have a big discussion about that in particular. But if we're talking about large-scale facilities, then yeah, I think that's good. So I'm trying to stay away from the
I
specific.
definitely respect that, and thank you for that. I would tell you from personal experience, our watershed protection program is just about as robust as they get. So a lot of my comments made on conservation yesterday were in the spirit of regulation, and specifically at the commercial level, just because I knew there was a lot of opportunity for some water waste, and because I've seen it firsthand. So the city of San Marcos historically has done really, really well with protecting ourselves here. So again, for me, it's entirely informational on purpose. Like, hey, let's revisit these things this next year. Let's make sure that when we look at large, projects coming in, that we're doing due diligence. My suspicion is that it's there, it's in the code, but anyway, maybe break that out.
And Mayor, if I could just, unless I'm getting too far ahead on the bullet points, you let me know. I just wanted to speak to the third bullet point.
That one I haven't touched on.
Right, if we're not ready to go
Yeah, that
there
would be a
yet.
standalone. I kind of wanted to see gauge
That's a
council
conversation I
consensus.
think we need to not have today.
That's fine. That's fine.
If it's specific to something that's going to be on our agenda.
That's fine.
And
Like I said, I can read a room.
if we were to have a full discussion on it,
Yeah.
I think the people who are interested in that would not appreciate missing it.
Yeah, and that's why I was telling City Attorney Aguirre is, if we don't touch that today, that's okay, that's fine. I really wanted us to talk about first and foremost those two.
I'm with you there.
Yes, ma'am.
And then, Mayor, if I could, I just want to make a comment related to the nature and the scope of this work and the depth in which staff gets into this, and because certainly, depending on some of the more esoteric aspects of data centers and greenhouse gases and energy consumption and what have you, while we have a lot of expertise on staff, we may get into an area where outside expertise would also be valuable in the development of this.
Sure, and we do that when we need to. Ms. Reyes?
If I may, I like the idea of balancing development with environmental protections, because that's always going to be extremely important. I do want to say, I just want to make sure, whatever it is that we do, that we're always looking at not limiting us. Having read even, for example, Waco, who is another university community, they have not had a property tax rate in 14 years because
They haven't had a tax rate?
They have not had a tax rate increase, sorry.
Okay.
They have not had a tax rate increase in 14 years, and a lot of that is because of them working through economic development. So all that to say, it doesn't mean that we need to greenlight everything that comes, and I like that this is striking a balance between it, saying, hey, it's not that we just want to open our doors to anybody and everybody who's willing to come to San Marcos or wants to come to San Marcos. We need to have those safeguards in place to make sure that we're looking at things, just ensuring that we're also not limiting it so that people don't want to come here because they get the impression that we don't necessarily have the environment to be successful here. So that's the balance, and so not against this at all, just bringing that up because I know that taxes are a big deal to a lot of our policymakers, and just know that that is how you balance it, is when you look at a growing community that does embrace different things. So just wanted to bring that up. As Mr. Pentalion said, we're not against bringing in experts and consultants and things like that that are needed, even if there are local community members who actually do that in their day job. It's the approach that some members take who call themselves experts in certain areas to belittle, downgrade, and make innuendos of staff. And that's the part that I'm concerned about, because staff goes and gets, their knowledge and their expertise and the things that they've done, and then to be belittled and put down in front of somebody else, and discredited in front of their community and their council, that's the part that I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with other opinions. Doing professional opinions is definitely part of democracy and part of the decision-making process, but not bullying people in a public setting, that is not okay.
And for the record, somebody has said circumnavigate the permit process in general. I can pull up my phone right now and I'll get you on MGO and I'll show you. I don't like more hoops to jump through, It's like a nice, efficient process just in general. But, yeah, so.
Yeah, I think my colleague put it best. The intent is for this to be purely informational. I can tell you that I know we are agendized to talk about many things, so I can tell you I personally don't have a lot of information on things like this. And so if this provides me as a council member more information, and Mr. Scott, if it's duplicative, then I imagine when we go through the land development code process, they'll notice that. And if it is, I have no problem sitting here and striking it. But for me personally, I haven't seen this yet. And again, it's just the novelty of some of these things. We want to make sure we're informed. And to your point, what you do with that is, that's your own business, right? So it's your own decision. So Yeah, that was the intent of this. And we've talked so much about, especially when it comes to restrictive covenants and those things and the benefits, and so much of this entails things like that, so.
What I'm looking at is 1 and 2. There's some duplication, but then again, I see the difference.
That's why I didn't want to,
Yeah.
trust me, Mayor, I tried. I was up late last night
I
trying
can
to
tell a lot of
combine
work
this.
went into this.
Yeah.
I'm also not sure that I want to single out any one particular industry. I think that one would be, I think we know those are large scale and that we don't need to point it out.
Okay.
So it looks like we're singling out anybody in particular. There might be something different that might be of more concern. I don't know what it would be. Don't start any rumors. I have no idea, but we didn't know about these 10 years ago.
Sure, yeah. So, and I agree for the sake of continuity. So we have large-scale facilities on the first bullet. We have large-scale technology on the second. I'm just realizing that now. Is there a certain verbiage that you have preference for, or like industrial, or it's just, I don't want it to be, I know we're saying we're working on classifying these things into something. And so I don't want it to be where some language that we feel is appropriate here, when classification comes around, it doesn't fall in the same.
Well, you've addressed energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions, water usage, noise, and the landscape impacts.
Yeah, that was
I
'cause of
think
yesterday's
that covers the waterfront.
Yeah.
And each one is broad, but it's very specific as to what we're looking at. And I'm not sure where the quantifying and this comes into, where we want to say, if it's this, it's not okay. If it's this, it is. I'm not sure where those lines would be. But
Yeah.
I need to ask Mr. Pentalian, how long, this strategic plan with the amendments will come back to us in February for final approval?
Probably February 17th.
Okay, February 17th. So at that point, then staff has information as to what to do. But I think that's about the same time that the Land Development Code changes are coming to us. That's been a long time coming, actually several years, if you start from the beginning and we keep adding to it. How would this, if we approve this, how will this affect that process?
I think it would be based on the decision whether or not council would want to delay the current Land Development Code amendments to incorporate this, which would certainly delay it by.
That's what I'm afraid of, and I don't want to do that because we keep delaying the 90% for the 10.
So we would
And-
take council direction as to whether or not to move forward with the current Land Development Code recommended changes, and then address this separately or delay.
Mayor, that's my
That would be at your
question.
discretion.
That's my question, is as far as the process of approval, is this treated like an omnibus-style decision? Or are we sitting here and can have supplemental requests following whatever omnibus approval or denial that council so chooses?
Let me ask Mr. Pentalian to explain the ramifications of amending the Land Development Code a whole bunch of times as opposed to try to limit it to maybe once a year as far as applicants and for us.
Certainly, it's been the city's, I wouldn't say policy, but a strategy of limiting the number of times we modify the Land Development Code, simply because as applicants come in, they are grandfathered to the version of the code that under which they submit. So if we're modifying the code 4, 5, 6 times a year, then we're having to carry 4, 5, 6 versions of the Land Development Code, and then it just makes our permitting very difficult, to having to go back and say, okay, well, you submitted under this permit at this date. Now we have to go find the code that was in effect on that date. So, we would love to have the Land Development Code of 2026, 2027, not 2026 March, 2026 July, and have 4 or 5 versions within the same year.
Sure.
I didn't know this until a few years ago. I'm going, well, we can just amend it at any time. And then Ms. Mattingly explained all this to me, and I went, oh, I get it now.
No, I get it. I think, though, you know, given the extenuating circumstances and, again, the novelty to our city when it comes to these things, I wouldn't want it to be 2, 3, 4, 5 times us determining what this looks like as far as an actual amendment to the LDC. For me, I think it would be sufficient for me just to have this, if we can't get it in the same time, which it doesn't sound like we can, and if that means that companies come in and are grandfathered to a different framework, you know, that is what it is. But this is sort of the opportunity to address this. I can't think of another one that council is afforded. And so that's why I'm saying I get it's an extenuating circumstance to ask for a supplemental change following whatever decision we make on the actual draft of the land development code. But I get it's not normal, but given the circumstances, I find appropriate.
You know, I appreciate the intention here, and it comes with a lot of questions just in general. So strategically, again, asking why we're here, it's like there's concern, there's constituent concern. This is what drives this. I'd be really careful about how specific we get into it. That land development code is extremely robust. There's a lot going on there. So I feel most comfortable with, you know, the constituent interest right now is in large projects like this. So let's get the information back on it. You know, and strategically, I think that makes sense to look into
Yeah.
something. It's fine.
Well, and to be clear, changes that we make to the future, or in the future to the land development code will not, I mean, we keep this in mind,
Yeah.
but it will not affect those who already have an application in the process.
Right, but just in general, you have to ask yourself why these things are here, right? So we're going to make sure that we're working to suss things out and just you know, answer questions really at the end of the day. But when it gets as specific to going straight to the land development code, if and with all due respect to Councilman Rodriguez, if she's not the expert there and I'm not, really, there's a lot of information that we probably need on this before I do anything too specific to our strategic plan. However, overarching, I would say, yeah, sure, let's look into this. Let's see what that information looks like. You know, I'm more on the information side than anything.
Yeah, Mayor, you were getting into like really the minutia of quantification and sort of that. I was not interested in that at this point. I didn't find it appropriate, and I don't find that I have the skill set for that. This was meant to be an overarching, high level, let staff do what they want to focus on,
Okay.
and we just go from there.
Okay. So, council, are y'all good with, we're only talking about the first 2 bullets? And Ms. Rodriguez, if staff comes back with a way to combine those into one, we'll see it again, and we will have an opportunity to say yay, nay, or we want something different. Are you okay with a
I'm fine with that.
alternate? Let's see the old and see suggested new. Okay, so now that we've cleared that up, I need to know, council, are y'all good with adding this to environmental protections, environmentally friendly growth? Okay, so
Mayor?
chart and ask, and I will go around the table. Point chart, here we go.
Councilmember Mendoza has his hand raised.
Mr. Mendoza.
Yes, Mr. Meagle, I'm looking on the screen here with the shared screen. I'm not seeing any changes on it from the original B, items 1, 2, and 3.
We're only looking at 1 and 2.
So that's utilize the preferred scenario map to growth in the community. And then pursue
Wait, hold on,
strategies.
hold on.
Can I just chime in real quick as well? Can we get Mr. Mendoza's image on the screen? Just
In order to
asking
be-
questions?
to participate in the meeting. We'll need to
Yes.
see. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I was still sharing the original strategic plan.
Uh-oh.
And Councilmember Rodriguez is.
Oh,
Oh,
why
thank
could
you,
we
Mr.
see it here
Mendoza.
and he couldn't see it?
Because I was sharing from the Word document,
Okay.
not the screen.
Hold on, we'll get what we've been talking about up on the screen, Mr. Mendoza.
Thank you for that. The public probably wasn't able to see it either, obviously.
Yep.
And Mr. Mendoza, now that you're seeing it for the first time, disregard the third bullet point, and we can actually strike that. These are just my notes. The two that we're suggesting are the first two, and the thought process is that to allow staff to come and combine those and bring
We are
us some-
removing the words required, correct?
We already have.
Yeah, yeah,
Mr.
any
Beal,
of-
if you'll scroll.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, while Mr.
If you can come back to me,
Mendoza-
yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a minute, and I'm going to go around the table here, and then I'll come back to you. Okay, Mr. Gonzalez, you had said no? Okay. Mr. Scott? What, hold on.
So it's not that I don't disagree with it, I just think that, like I said, it's redundant, and these have been addressed in so many different things that I've seen throughout my time on council, so I'm kind of a no. Yeah. Okay.
As it stands, no. I'd look forward to see if staff wants to write something up.
No, wait. Say that again?
Well,
If we say no, it stops here.
no. Well, didn't you just say a second ago that you're going to,
If we say yes, we want to include this concept.
no? Yeah, my suspicion that a lot of this already exists in the land development code, so I have no opinion then at this point until I'm informed. So, I don't know, right? Tell me, what do you think on that?
If we move this forward, we will find out. Would that be a fair statement, Mr. Pentalian? Or Mr. Aguirre? Whomever.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The question is, what a couple of folks are thinking is we may already have a lot of this in our land development code,
Yeah.
but we don't know that. So what I was just saying is if we move this forward, we will find that out. If we don't move this forward, then that would be an ask in a different way.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm not for putting anything extra in there right now at all,
Okay.
so.
Ms. Rodriguez, I'm going to put you down as a yes. And Ms. Garza?
I missed quite a bit of the conversation, but for the first bullet point, do we not already do that? Like, don't we have guidelines to address energy consumption, greenhouse gas emission, water usage, noise, and landscape? Because I just remember some of our citizen commentary for the past 5 years that cite very specific codes that, and so I'm like,
Our current land development code addresses noise, landscape impacts from the standpoint of stormwater drainage, and depending on where you're at in the city, water quality of that stormwater. Certainly from a water and wastewater standpoint, we have impact fees, but we don't necessarily limit water unless we're under like a drought scenario. So as far as greenhouse gases and energy consumption, I don't believe we do, other than kind of what we have as far as capacity is concerned. And Director York, if I'm misspeaking there, please correct me.
Yeah, and then we need to back up about three steps, and you'll see where I'm going in a moment, but I'll let Mr. York answer that if he has something to contribute.
No, I was just going to follow up on that and enforce, because I couldn't tell if that was a question or just a reference to me. But no, we don't have anything that limits folks within a certificated service area. You have an obligation to serve if you can. So if we have the ability to serve with water, wastewater, whatever, we do have the limited ability to say, yeah, we can't accommodate you, because that would, destroy our 50-year plan or something like that. But we can't arbitrarily decide who we can serve or not, if they're in the same conditions, right? So just to be clear there.
Yes, and I want to back up here because I'm trying to differentiate between projects and actual land use that's identified and we know what it is versus the zoning. Yeah, you see where I'm going with this. And so exactly where this would come into play, because I was thinking, okay, in the grids that we get, you know, if we were to ask, okay, what's your energy consumption going to be? A lot of times when people are zoning to LI, they're doing a spec building, they don't know. They wouldn't be able to answer that question because it's a zoning case at that point, and that's what we vote on, are zoning cases.
Aaron, I understand what you're saying, and I
And if
agree
I'm
with
wrong,
you.
say so.
No, I agree with you. Now, there are some design standards that are kind of built into zoning in terms of buffers and things of that nature. But the great majority of our design standards and performance standards are applied at the site plan stage and the watershed protection plan stage. So you're correct.
Right.
Okay, but if, hold on a second, but if it's a conditional use, that's where these might come into play?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I just
And
wanted to
and even
get,
in limited use.
okay, I wanted to get back to zoning versus uses. Okay, Ms. Garza.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I agree with like the spirit of it, but I wonder if there's a way to reword this to where it's like, in addition to everything we do, kind of like, I mean, I guess I would have to like see a blurb of what we already do, and maybe something like it's like an emphasis on, or like, this is how we will explore how to remix it to take into consideration specifically large-scale facilities. Does that make sense? Like, I feel like this implies that we don't do this at all already, because we've had large-scale facilities in our community. And so, so that's for the first point, but again, I don't have any ideas. Maybe after lunch or during lunch, it could be a workshop.
Well, that's a suggestion, is us giving whatever initial approval that we have right now, the opportunity to give, so that staff combine both of these together to do what you're talking about, is to see what we already do, make sure we're not duplicating that, and then coming up with language to address some of these things that we may not already do. So the language, we're not necessarily, I know we're not voting, but we're not going across right now with the thought of approving this language as written.
Right. For the second one, yeah, I feel like, yeah, for the second one, it's the same thing. I just have a lot more
May I?
questions.
I need to go back to Mr. Mendoza, but I'm going to propose doing something a little different from what we've done with most strategic initiatives. And that's going to be to not put it in there, to set it aside, to ask staff to do what a bunch of you are talking about, what's already in there, what's new, what's duplicative, et cetera. And we get a separate report on that. And then at the time that this is on our agenda on February 17th, we will have that information with the strategic plan as we have amended. And at that point, if we want to put it in, we could do that. Does that work for everybody? Ms. Rios, is that an option?
Yeah, definitely, we can do whatever council directs us to do. That is totally fine. I think that the thing that I'm hearing is just that there's a couple of things that I'm seeing, is that one is on the regulation part, and we do have very rigorous standards. If we want to emphasize that that's something that we really want to make sure that in light of these things coming, that we want to just emphasize, I think that's one thing, to look at on that side. The other thing, and the other opportunity would be maybe during the economic development policy, because if that's about the types of things you want to provide incentives for, then that's a different story, right? That goes beyond the regulatory.
And that's a separate story.
Right, exactly. So I think there's a different opportunity for that as well, is that if mayor and council would like to see that you're not incentivizing things that just meet standards, you want them to go above and beyond, and that's the kinds of things that you want to actually incentivize to come into the community, then that's a different thing. So just wanted to add that as food for thought. We can definitely workshop and do and approach this however council wants to approach it. But I see two different things. One's regulation, and one's those regulatory standards that we want a minimum criteria for, and then there's the incentive that you want to go maybe above and beyond. So those are the two things I just wanted to mention.
Good
And
point.
Mayor, may I get a clarification on your suggestion? You talked about putting something in on the 17th with the code amendments. Were you talking about this? You're not talking about this language?
No, not code amendments. On the 17th, when we approve this plan.
Oh, just the plan.
The
Okay.
strategic plan, but there's an addendum, an appendix or something.
Good deal. I was
A
thinking you were
separate
talking about the
sheet,
code.
because
All
I
right.
want this out there for the public to see that we're considering it. But I'm not getting the vibes to put it in the plan, but to have staff look at it, give us a report, and at that time, then we'll see if we want to put it in the strategic plan or not. Let me go to Mr. Mendoza real quick, and then I'll come to you, Ms. Garza.
Yes, ma'am, second.
Right now, I'm not in favor of putting this strategic plan right now.
Are you good with asking staff to do what I had just said?
I am, as long as it's not going in there right now. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Ms. Garza.
I think we may be on the same wavelength, but I'm hoping to, at the end of this, at least have something on the strategic plan, even if it's super high level, because generally speaking, most of these things are pretty high level, but something that expresses a commitment to better assess and continue to assess, right? Because as we're getting more and more information about the impacts of certain large-scale facilities, there's going to be more tools in the toolbox to take into consideration. So like making a commitment to begin to explore like these type of guidelines and to continue to do it. And again, I know with the land development code, it gets kind of tricky, but I think by adding that to the strategic plan, it kind of prioritizes that we'll figure it out. Does that make sense? Like we'll figure out how to pivot and change
That we
our
care,
code.
we're watching.
Right.
Yes,
Yes.
that's all I was saying. I mean, we have gotten so much communication, both in person, at city council meetings, in email, calls, like, I mean, if we felt that we had all this information already, why are we still getting questions? And I don't feel like we do. So, yeah, I mean, the intention was to leave it super high level, which is why I appreciated your suggestion on allowing staff to sit there, and even the conversation right now with Mr. Pantalian made me think of things that I didn't think of as far as some of the verbiage. So, I mean, whatever, I just don't understand why we would be against this. Like, that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, no, I'm saying like being in the strategic plan, because to your point, I mean, yes, it's one thing to have it as an appendix, but it's another thing to have it
No,
in
it's
a
just
document
to
that
come
guides
back
us.
to us. I'm not hearing that we want to put it in the plan at this point, even the draft plan, but we do want to consider it. And so we'll have a separate, I don't want this to be a surprise to anybody who's reading our packets, that this is going to be something. So this would be a separate page, and at that point, we have the staff analysis of what's already in the land development code, or at what levels. We'll have that, we'll know where the gaps are, and then we'll figure out what we can put into the plan if there's votes to do it, and it may be a very much higher level, like Ms. Garza was talking about, statement.
Yeah, and everybody, just bring everybody back full circle. It's in reaction to current things that are happening in the community right now. And so we're getting asked these questions, and this is why these things come up. Within regards to large-scale facilities, do we have them here? Yes. Were they built to code? Were they built well? Yes. It's not an issue until it's an issue, right? So really, to me, it's informational. It's information. It's disseminating that information for council members to make good decisions on. It's disseminating the information for our constituents to know that they know what's going on as well, because otherwise you leave people to their own devices. So, this is the whole idea about having expert opinions and all the things is really just people just need data. They need to know what's going on. So in the spirit of it, yeah, I think we owe that to our constituents to make sure that they understand that they have our ear and we're looking into it. But as far as me putting any specific verbiage into the land development code that countless numbers of hours of engineers, professionals, it's out of my wheelhouse, right? Like I'm going to seek advice there. So, but in the spirit of it, I'm not against it, us looking into it and having the information brought up. But I'm a no because of the specificity of it. So. But I'd look forward to see what somebody writes up.
Yeah, and Ms. Reyes mentioned it as well, to reference the economic development plan as well, because I do remember specific things that we've done, saying we don't want water usage industry, we don't want a great deal of things. I can't remember them all, but I think we need to reference that as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Scott. I think that's a great point, and I appreciate Ms. Reyes bringing it up. I had initially had a separate item in our economic vitality section. There's a subsection in there that I think it would have been appropriate in that gets at our economic development policy. I will be the first to say, I reached a point last night, I was tired. But if y'all want to pursue something like that, because obviously with incentives, far more control, it's a whole different conversation.
Yeah. You just got to remember, not everybody asks for incentives.
No, absolutely. I'm saying in the case that people do.
Yeah.
Right? And again, the bullet point's
Yeah.
gone now, but there was links in there. This is, what I'm trying to do is not something that cities aren't already trying to do. You had
Yeah.
a city, you had New Orleans, you had Aurora.
I don't want to get
So-
specific, and Ms. Rodriguez, we've got.
I'm
not
aware. I'm
sure. Well, I'm still trying to. I'm going to go around again on what I have suggested is that since we don't have the vibes to put this into the draft strategic plan, do you still want to see information from staff? And I think I was hearing Mr. Paselk say that. Mr. Gonzalez? You're still a no, okay. And the microphone, if you're going to say something.
We spent half the day talking yesterday about how staff is overworked. I don't want to give them work that 4 of us have already said we're not interested in. So, no, I would like to just drop it entirely.
Okay, now that's what I need to know. Let me ask Mr. Scott. You're a no, okay. Mr. Mendoza?
Everything's about to fall.
Mayor, I'm okay with them coming back to us later, but again, nothing in this right now.
Okay.
Which
But
you had
do you
mentioned
want to-
earlier.
Do you want to see a staff report on
That's
what
fine.
might already be in the land development?
Yes, ma'am.
code? Okay, you're a yes.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I need to know. Thank you. Ms. Garza, where are you on that?
Yes, but my follow-up question there is, what is the timeline to receive that?
That's a good question, and we need to ask that, because we may not have that by the 17th.
With everything that you've got, Terry, I know your staff, so could you just provide a little bit of
Yeah.
information on that?
I would say it's going to take us past the 17th to put it together when
Okay.
we talk about all the different departments that this touches, not just,
Right.
not just planning and development, but others. You know, maybe in, 4 weeks or something, it might be more reasonable than 3. So maybe at the end of February, the beginning of March.
4 weeks? I feel like, okay, maybe I wasn't clear earlier. I simply would like to see a commitment, at minimum, a commitment to, what's the verbiage I'm looking for? Read the national room, and it's like we are committing to continue to explore these things and revise our practices as council sees fit when they get that information. Does that make sense? Like,
So I think the clarity is maybe y'all are asking for different things. The one thing as far as verbiage about commitment, that wouldn't take 4 weeks, obviously. But hearing that the other information that we've been asked for is for staff to do an in-depth analysis of what things we currently have on the books and that touch all the different departments. That's what he's saying would take
So-
the 4 weeks, is to give y'all
and-
that in-depth analysis.
okay, is there an analysis medium or like an analysis light? Does that make sense? Like there's different versions of.
If y'all are willing to put some other things on hold. I think that's the main thing, because we look at it in a vacuum, and it does sound like it's an unreasonable amount of time, but when I look at the fact that if planning is coordinating this, And they have HPC, they have the Historic Preservation Plan, they have, the Comp Plan Steering Committee that they work with. They have a lot of different things that they're doing, in addition to their P&Z. And so that's what makes it hard, is because this has to be woven into the things that they're already responsible for. And it doesn't mean that we can't do it. We can absolutely do it as long as y'all are okay with prioritizing that y'all want this done in a certain amount of time and other things
Right.
can
I mean, me personally.
be held off.
Historic Preservation Committee, that could pause, like, I mean, I'm just one person, but I think sometimes my frustration is every time it feels that, not every time, quite often when council has, even when we all have support, or the majority of us have support for something, we're always given pushback with like, let's see how we can fit your ideas into our existing operations, and it's like,
That's our reality, though, honestly.
right, but we are elected officials, we come, like, then why are we here, right? Like, the adornos, like, why even have elected officials? Like,
You're not getting pushback. Now, just to be clear, we're not getting pushback on what y'all are asking for. It's the timeline in which that we're saying. And that's where I think that there's some disagreement on how soon we can get it. And so that's the main thing, is just how soon we can get it because of all the other things
Yeah.
going on.
Right.
And so no one has any concern about providing y'all what y'all are asking for. It's just
Okay.
creating realistic
Right.
expectations on when.
How about we push the strategic plan adoption from February 17th to March?
Absolutely. The only thing that does is that when you have your strategic plan, your budget policy, as long as you're okay with those coming either together for adoption, because, by charter,
I know.
you have
I
those
think,
things.
I think we know where we are on this, and I think we can do budget policy with the draft plan. Y'all good with that?
Hey, Mayor, if I can chime in here. So
Jump in.
even if we do push approving the strategic plan, staff is still having to postpone other things that have been in the works for a while.
That's a response from you, Ms. Reyes, or
Right.
Mr. Floyd?
I didn't quite hear the question, sorry.
So, even if we do as council here decide to postpone the approval in the meeting for the strategic plan, and you guys go ahead and give us the report that we're looking for, will that still postpone other items that you've had that have been sitting there for months, years for y'all to work on? Like the historical plan, things like that.
I think we can work that in and just see how we work it in. Like I said, we want to work with staff and with council. It's not a matter of an us versus them. I want to make that very clear. It's just a matter of y'all charge us to run the city on a day-to-day basis, and we have a lot of things that we're taking care of that sometimes don't even run to the policy level. There's day-to-day operations that are occurring that we're hearing from. We also hear from y'all about the things you want us to investigate, and we always drop what we're doing to try to accommodate that. But I'm not doing y'all a service, I'm not doing the community a service, and I'm definitely not doing the staff a service if I'm not saying the constraints that we're dealing with.
Right.
And I have to bring that up, and if that looks like pushback, I'm sorry, but that's my job.
I need you to be honest about that, because I don't want staff sitting back and postponing things that we've got people on the other side that have been expecting us. We just had this big discussion about the historical preservation plan, and we all agreed that we need to move forward with that. These are things that have been sitting in the woods. This is new for us. These are things that we know we're covered in certain areas. I just don't want to, if there's things that are going to be postponed because of this, that's where my vote will change right away.
right, I
Well-
have one last thought, and then I'll drop it. I think it's important to name that I think it is accurate to say that a substantial amount of our community members, when they ask us to do something and we bring it up, and then it's like, well, let's see how we can fit it into this. The perception is that the city is not capable of prioritizing when it comes to taking into consideration the things that really matter to them. And this is not just about, large-scale facilities. And so when I'm here expressing these concerns, it's not Alyssa Garza's opinion alone. Like, my job is to take feedback from our community and synthesize it. So just for staff here, it's like, it's not personal, but I don't know how many of y'all live here, but I live here and I get a lot of feedback that I wish they would just give directly to y'all instead of me, but that's my job. So I just wanted to name that. But I hear you, Mr. Mendoza. I guess my ask would be perhaps like a light assessment. I'm not super excited about the moving of the
Me either. It was an
because we
option.
are, yeah, and I appreciate you trying to like find some kind of middle ground, but the budget stuff is already stressful and heavy as it is standalone. So I don't know how to move forward, given that the majority of my colleagues do not share my same sentiments about prioritizing this in the way that I named it, because I do feel that, yeah.
I'm going down your path, but Ms. Rodriguez would like to speak, and then I'd like to figure out how to wrap this up one way or t'other. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah, as the champion of this, genuinely, a postponement of, in order to get this in the strategic plan, a postponement of it or whatever's been suggested thus far is not of desire. To make staff's job harder is not of desire. Again, this came from, I literally have been to every single meeting as it relates to things related to these things. Like, I brought this because people have routinely asked for it. It was not intended to be a slight to say that we don't have an incredible staff that's doing incredible things as it relates to environmental protection. That was never the intent. It is to see what tools we may not have in our toolbox already, and it sounds like we're already addressing these things. So the intent was for this to be super high level, just to make it in, and what staff comes up with afterwards, I don't need in 4 weeks. I don't need in a month. Like, I want the
understand
product
that,
to be
but-
quality.
But the intent is not there. I'm trying
And
to see
I
if we
get
can.
that, Mayor. Look, if every member here wants to say, and I'm not trying to lose my patience, but if every member wants to say, look, I'm not interested in some high-level version of both of these bullet points combined, that's fine. Let's move on.
We
But
did.
for me, I just didn't think it was asking for the moon, stars, and universe to get a high-level language together just to be on here. And then whatever is the product of it, I'm fine with that being delayed. I'm
Okay.
totally fine. I wasn't trying to push back
Going
things.
into the plan, it's been a no. But I'm going to go around the table one more time. But I will say, Ms. Reyes, that I personally would like to keep this on track so that it's done before budget policy. And that I'm going to hope that it doesn't take as much time as everyone thinks it will. But this is important, and this is important to many in our community with a multitude of opinions. So I would hope that staff could take the time, and I don't want any of our customers and applicants to suffer for this. But, and I don't know where the historic preservation plan's going, but I think that's different people anyway. So I would say I would still like it. And we have to remember, if we're saying February 17th, that's really February 10th or 9th, because that's when y'all would have to have it finished. So it's really 2 weeks and not 4. Am I right? I see Mr. Floyd. Yes.
Yeah, to hit deadlines, it would take us, it condenses the time.
Exactly. We're talking basically a week and a half. 10 days. Yeah, 8 business days. I'm not asking for details, but it's addressed, maybe not all the details on how it's addressed in every case that we've ever had. This is how we've decided it before and all that. I'm not looking for that. I'm just looking for the sections in the Land Development Code that address this. Are y'all good with that? Those of y'all who were okay, Mr. Purcell, Mr. Scott, you were no anyway, I think.
And I can
All right.
also offer up that I'll talk with our building side, the building, like our chief building official and some of our plan reviewers related to what the actual envelope of the building is and what the building code and our energy conservation code that we have adopted through the ICC series, part of our building codes, what that addresses to it as well.
So you're looking at building code in addition to the land development code? Thank you. Good point. Got it. Okay, so I'm a yes on that. Mr. Scott, you're still a no? You are a yes? Okay, I think Mr. Gonzalez, who's not here right now, was pretty definitive. Mr. Mendoza?
I'm a yes, again, as long as we're not postponing the approval of this, but a yes on getting the information back.
Mr. Pacelk?
It's always been information for me from the get, and in the spirit of what I think Ms. Rodriguez was bringing up, there was no timeline on this. It's like, look, this seems to be a concern. Let's suss it out. That's it.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's a wise move to make, given the consideration. So,
Ms. Garza?
Just so that I'm clear, repeat the ask?
Well, we had talked about it being 4 weeks, when in reality it's 8 business days that they would have to work on this.
Uh-huh.
I'm saying I think it's important, and I hope it doesn't take as much time as what they're thinking. Mr. Floyd did note that it's more than the Land Development Code that they would be looking at. And I'm okay with that. I think this is something that we need to get resolved for the plan.
So what's the question?
Do we still want to press them into getting us something back that says what in our codes, and I'm going to say codes, not limited to the Land Development Code. And if you find another one, I'm leaving that up to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
To get that to us, that will be a separate document, but attached to the strategic plan, since this won't be in the plan, but it's something that we're going to consider.
Oh, gotcha, yeah. I would hope that people are already contemplating this, so hopefully they'll have some good creative
you're a yes?
juices. Yeah.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez, can I put you down as a yes for this one? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. Ms. Reyes, do you have what we need?
I just was making sure we wanted a deliverable date by when on that again, on a report.
He's asking for the
It's
delivery.
it's for the February 17th
Okay.
packet,
Okay,
You want the analysis by the February 17th packet.
okay,
which
what I
means
heard.
8 business days.
correct.
Mayor, I thought it was the language by the 17th packet. The whatever deliverable, at least that's,
What we were asking is, and what several of our folks were asking is, what is already in the Land Development Code or other codes to see what of this might be duplicative, or how we can then craft a statement that's maybe fewer words,
Oh, I
because
see.
there's some
I
things
see.
already addressed.
okay, so you're not actually talking about whatever recommendation, it's just that analysis?
No.
Okay.
No, because at some point, after we put some kind of general statement, as you have put in here, if we end up doing that, after that is when the big analysis happens. That's not happening at this
So
point.
We need, so, okay, that's what's not clear. And so that's what sometimes it may sound like I'm being argumentative, but I'm not. I'm asking because I don't
Well,
understand.
let me say it again.
So-
What several of our folks had said is, I think this may be already in our codes.
Mm-hmm.
So what the ask was from the beginning, the get-go, is tell us what already is in the code that addresses these, and perhaps at what level.
Okay, so you're not looking for the in-depth analysis that I had heard earlier, which is why we had said the 4 weeks.
Which will come after
Okay,
if it makes it into the strategic plan.
Gotcha.
Then that's when y'all take
Okay.
it and go do
we can accomplish that.
all your detailed work.
That makes sense. Thank you. Yes, thank you for the clarity.
That's, okay, I thought that was clear from the beginning.
No, because there's been discussion of analysis, there's been discussion of verbiage, and I just want
Analysis
to
will
make sure.
come later.
Okay.
But
that
once we
helps.
see what's already in the code and how it's addressed in the code, I mean, the report may be just the code sections, just copy them in, and then maybe a word or two about it. And at that point, then we'll come up with, and we'll see how many council members still want to put it in the plan at a very general level. And then y'all will take that, same as you do every time we do the strategic plan, and then y'all go through and go, okay, this is what the implementation of this would be.
Okay.
Are we
that-
good?
Yes, definitely. Thank
That's
you.
all I ever intended.
Thank you.
and
No,
that's
that-
what I
that-
was
that's-
asking for.
That's helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Analysis light?
No, that's,
Is that, are you feeling better about getting that done in 8 days?
yes.
All right, good. Thank you for asking for clarification, because I would not have asked for the other in 8 days. Okay, unless someone objects, I'm going to call this item complete. Ms. Rodriguez, we're still in environmental.
That's all I had for that one.
Okay. Anything else in environment? Does anybody else have anything in environment? If not, that closes environment, and then we will go back to item 3, which is public safety, core services, and fiscal excellence. And yes, I'm going to call for a break.
The only thing, Mayor, before we leave environment, I believe Councilmember Rodriguez had asked yesterday for Mr. Yorth to give an update on the different levels of drought. And so we were going to ask him to start with that. And so I just didn't want that to go off the agenda if we still want to do that.
Yeah, let's do that, so we close this part out, and then we start on item 3
Okay,
fresh.
just didn't want to
After
lose
that.
our place on that.
Thank
Okay,
you for reminding me.
Thank you, Ms. Reyes.
Sure, that one will be quick. I took that as an action item for me to go back and do some research for you and bring it back. I know when we passed that ordinance and updated it and reduced it from 5 to 3, we had looked at that. I think NBU has 4, City of
And what
Kyle
we're
has
talking
3.
about is what our drought stages are compared
Yes,
to
ma'am.
others. Just
Yes,
for
ma'am.
those listening at home that maybe don't
Right.
know where we are.
Edwards Aquifer has 5. The one that was mentioned yesterday was 5. NBU is 4. County Line is 3, right? So there's kind of an all over the map. So I took that as an action item to come back and maybe bring you a table and say, this is what everybody else does. Here's why we fit in here. And then if you want to revisit it and rework the ordinance, we can certainly do that at you guys' direction.
So that document can be sent to us, and if council members feel so inclined, they can put a discussion item on the agenda?
Yes, ma'am.
So that's where we'll go with that.
If you're
Okay.
good with that, Mayor?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yorth.
All right, then, I'm going to call it 10 o'clock. Please be back in your seats, ready to go at 10:10.
That actually matches. I know, that sounds like it
It was
matches
5 minutes
today.
ahead yesterday.
It was?
That clock was 5 minutes ahead.
We have returned from our break at 10:10 on time, fantastic. And we are now to Section 3 of the strategic plan, that is public safety, core services, and fiscal excellence. And under that, we have deliver quality government services and improve community safety in a fiscally responsible manner with a professional workforce. And there are a number of sections underneath there, and I will ask council what they may have to add, change, delete in this section. The floor is open, wave, or whatever other indication that you may have. Mr. Gonzalez?
So I guess starting right off the bat.
We're going to need you right next to that
yeah, I'm trying to
microphone,
make
please, sir. Thank
There we
you.
go. So I guess, section A1, where it currently reads adequately staff and train public safety departments to address community safety. Strike that and change it to optimize staffing, training, and development of public safety resources to ensure effective service delivery within available capacity.
Okay, did you send those to
I
Mr.
did not,
Meagle in advance?
unfortunately.
Okay, if you will just repeat that a little more slowly, please, sir?
Yes, or I can DM it to you, that's easier.
Yeah, you can,
Wait, well, however you want to provide that so he can put it on the screen would be great.
either way. If you,
But he types
Say it
pretty
again.
fast if you just say it again a little slowly.
I don't know if I'd say that, but.
Well,
Optimize staffing, training, and deployment of public safety resources. To ensure effective service delivery. Within available capacity.
Second.
and when you say capacity, are you talking about staff time, funds, or all of the above?
All of the above.
Okay, thank you.
And-
Would
and-
you like to speak to this item, please, sir?
Sure. So essentially, it's just focusing on maximizing the effectiveness of our current resources and shift emphasis from expansion to optimization, essentially.
I'm not sure I know what optimize
Make
means
the
in this
best of
case.
what we have and don't
Okay.
expand.
Don't
And to,
expand
Mayor,
what?
to his point, in the second, it already talks, we've talked about that, so it's not, yeah.
Is it already somewhere else, Ms. Rodriguez? Is that what you're saying?
Well, no, I'm not disagreeing with my colleague that it wouldn't be good standalone. I was just saying that his usage of optimization does already exist as a concept.
We have it in the second.
Yeah.
Yeah, how is, what you have different from item 2, Mr. Gonzalez?
I guess
think
because I was
it's
also going to
different.
propose the change to item 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like the develop a strategic approach that prioritizes the evaluation of current staffing levels, like, all of that is, like, we're gonna develop an approach to do things, and then we end up with a staffing study, and then we end up with, which was, we did, and it's valuable and all of that. But I think that to strike the first one and emphasize optimize, it makes it clear to our neighbors that we are taking into consideration budgetary constraints. We're just naming what we assert we're already doing. Does that make sense?
And I would agree with that. We are working to optimize our staffing by trying to get the right number of staff to try to deal with the things that we know we have to deal with while also creating realistic expectations. And it is looking at our available capacity, financial capacity. So that makes sense to me.
I get that, but, okay, Ms. Garza, to make sure that I understand, item 1 basically says do it, and the other has more studies and those kinds of things involved. Is that the difference for you? I need to make sure I'm understanding.
Yes, ma'am. And so when you look at 1 as currently written without the edit, it doesn't convey what we're already doing, right? We are optimizing it. That's simply, I think it's just words matter type of vibe. But
No, I'm talking about the difference between the new 1 and 2.
we can delete 1 altogether then, the whole thing, but to leave it standalone I feel like it's not, it's just not capturing what we're already doing and what we are committing to continue to do.
Mr. Gonzalez?
You could also, one other just proposal is to focus on optimizing existing resources within available capacity and improve, and then whatever you want to say about workforce retention and training. But that does, it's a more specific way, so it's just something for you to think about. But we can go with it either way council wants it to be done.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to any of this. I'm just trying to see where it's not a duplicate.
Mr. Gonzalez, would you be interested in leaving one as a standalone and given Ms. Garza's comments on the first sentence on the second one, since we've already done that compensation, review and structure and all those things? I think one could stand alone with the erasure with striking two.
Well, so I guess, yeah, because essentially my next suggestion was going to be to strike two and completely change its language from developing something to basically stop talking about it and do about it, stop talking about it and be about it. So, I mean, I guess to address the optimization being in both, my intention was optimization not being in the second one.
Let's
'cause-
go ahead and tell us the new Roman 2, and let's look at those together, if that's okay?
Sure. Let me just email it to Hayden real quick. Because it'll probably be easier to copy and paste.
That's okay, but if you go ahead and read it out loud so we can be thinking about it while you're emailing it, would be great.
Yes. So essentially strike the entire thing and change it to regularly evaluate staffing levels, compensation structures, workload distribution, and organizational capacity to ensure public safety departments remain effective, sustainable, and responsive within existing resource constraints. So rather than developing a strategic approach to do it, just do it.
Okay. Yeah, and
We still do
that's
have
okay.
fire. We still do have the fire one to do. That one will be underway, but otherwise, you're right. We have done marshals, we've done, we're going to be working through the implementation of EMS, and then also with police. So it's just fire that we still have left.
When will that be done? This year?
Mr. Anderson?
The fire community risk assessment and the standard cover will be immediately start to take place next month. We initially was going to do the community risk assessment standard to cover before the EMS evaluation, but due to the priority to the EMS feasibility study, we put that first, and then the second two will take place.
Does that change your thoughts any, Mr. Gonzalez? That one of these hasn't happened, hasn't been completed yet?
No, because I don't necessarily think we're gonna stop doing the fire
Yeah, it's, the wheels are
study
in motion.
just because we changed this now.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Gonzalez, are you interested, just to make sure, Ms. Garza made a good point, that the language isn't interpreted even loosely for us to contract, like when you're talking about regularly evaluate, like we can do that in-house, so language emphasizing that that's to be done. I have something like as feasible within current city resources and staff capacity. How do you feel about something like that?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's like I said, essentially my thought process was to stop thinking about ways how, like, don't create work to then think about constraining our budget. Just do what needs to be done. So, I mean,
Oh, yeah,
however we word
100%.
it,
Yeah, I just
I'm
didn't.
fine with it.
It sounded like your intent also, though, wasn't for us to go and, hire a
Right.
consultant outside and stuff like that.
So are you okay if we,
I can-
if Ms. Rodriguez notes her
Yeah, that's fine.
addition, and let's see how that looks together? Ms. Rodriguez, where?
Yes, ma'am. I think we could probably just add a comma at the end of, well, let me think about sentence structure.
We do have within existing resource constraints.
At the end of the entire,
And responsive with.
Is
Oh,
that
okay, okay.
Are we good?
Is that fine?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Thank you, Mr. Meagle.
So, Ms. Reyes, what does this isn't taking away anything that we're doing, need to do, plan to do?
I would just need to ask Ms. Cox, is there anything about this that gives you any pause? Are you good with this?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Okay, sounds great. We're good.
Are we good? Mr. Mendoza, are you good with this one? Okay, I think Ms. Rodriguez had said that, hold on. Hang on a second, Mr. Mendoza. The Chief Standridge has some thoughts here.
Good morning, Stan Standridge, Police Chief. I heard earlier that you talked about redacting I, but if I stays, then that's beneficial to us because we should try to optimize staffing and training. I think it's important to note that we have already cut 36% of our training budget this year because we had to meet the fiscal note. So we are definitely not optimizing training currently. And then when I read the second, what I'll call two little I's, it talks about effectiveness. How are we going to define, because y'all talk about data outcomes and metrics all the time. What is efficacy? What is effectiveness? And so I look at this, and you're really casting vision for public safety departments. I'm asking myself, okay, you're going to have me evaluate my staffing levels. We've already done that. Y'all requested an outside resource. That's done. We have that on paper. And you're asking me to be effective. What's effective? You're asking, can it be sustainable? They've already told you you need 17 new cops today, and then we're going to be responsive within existing resource constraints. So I look at this as your police chief, and I ask, I don't know what you want me to do. I truly don't. Yes.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Just-
Hold on, let me ask a clarification. Ms. Reyes, this is high level. Are there not tasks and things that end
Yes.
up being associated with this that staff comes up with? Because
Yes,
those are
ma'am.
that's the things that you can check off.
Yes, and the way that I understood it was them being supportive of the efforts that we're doing. And so I think that if we need clarification, then we can definitely get clarification. But I took it as there was support for recognition that there's not a lot of available capacity.
Right.
And trying to make sure that we're looking through adjusting workloads as appropriate based on what capacity we do have available. Looking at budget, looking at staffing, looking at training, all of that. So that's the way that I understood it. But if we need additional clarity, then that's what we would just need to understand and know.
That's what I'm reading into this, is we've got limited funds, and so I hate to put it this way, but we're doing the best we can with what we have. And to recognize that's what I'm seeing is the change.
Because before it was adequately staffed. That's a dream. We can't adequately staff as much as we would love to, but we have to look at doing the best that we can with the staff that we have, is the way that I'm understanding this to read. Do you need more clarification, Chief?
Well, I mean, if this is your vision, and so you would give me your vision and say, hey, Chief, go out and execute. Work with the city manager's office and all your peer directors and go out and execute. I definitely understand the fiscal constraints. That's not lost on me. But you're asking me to optimize staffing. You already also know I need 17 people today. So how do I optimize staffing as we then have conversations about right sizing? You want me to optimize training. I'm already cutting training. Literally 36% has already gone off the books so we can meet. And then you want me to look at the deployment of public safety resources so that we can be effective. What does council consider effective? I would love to know, what do you consider effective? Because this is your vision given to me. What do you want me to focus on? you also want this to be sustainable and then responsive. So to me, I see a lot of good buzzwords, but I need to actually know what you want me to accomplish.
And what I'm saying is that wouldn't go here, that would go, and what this leads to, which is the more detail.
Yeah, I read this as in approach, with the caveat that everybody is under the understanding that we don't all have what we need just across the board. So it's the push in the right direction, but I think everybody understands here that there are some things that are possible and there's some things that are not possible. So just at a high level, I don't necessarily disagree with it in this document. Now, when we get down to the weeds and the details, yeah. To me, a high-level document, it's like you're always striving for your best. Striving also comes down to very specific result-driven initiatives. But to me, the verbiage in here should be with the caveat that we understand that he has to work within the confines, right? I mean, so as long as it's just like it's high-level, hey, here's our approach. The community knows that's where we're heading. We always want the best. We're always striving for the best. But it's the verbiage should just remain in there that like, hey, within the confines or constraints, it says it right there, that like we understand there are constraints there in the verbiage. So it's like, all right, you get some cover there too. You know what I mean?
And I think, I'm sorry, Councilmember.
No, you're good.
No, Garza was going to say something.
You can go ahead.
No, the only thing I was going to say is I think that we can define it within our tasks and within your strategic business plan in terms of what that looks like. And so that those things help to be a little more specific in regard, because this is overarching, so it's not just applicable to the police department. It's looking at fire and marshal and all the other public safety departments. So I think for each entity, each, different area, y'all would define that within your respective business plans and then with what we would put in terms of the tasks and the strategies.
Ms. Garza?
Exactly, Chief. The way that I would approach this is just on an annual basis. When you start to look at your organization and look at your needs and your capacity, we just have a really clear, very truthful conversation, not only internally but externally and with our elected officials about our capacity, what we can do and what we can't do, but more important, being able to do what we say we're going to do at a very, very high level.
Right, and I just want to add that when you ask, and I hear you, right, because I'm like that, tell me what to do and I'll do it, but don't give me something vague, and then I try to execute it, and then it's like, psych, that's not what I wanted, right? Get into a lot of arguments with my mother because she won't be very specific when she means clean the kitchen, right? I didn't know you meant I have to deep clean the inside of the oven, right? But I think we all have access to and we're emailed prompting us with the updates to the strategic, the strategic plan. So I feel like whenever you give us those updates, and just like other touch points, when any department is giving us their updates on their work, if at any point we're like, well, that's really not in alignment with the strategic plan, I feel like the onus is on us to voice that if we have an issue. So I just wanted to name that, I feel like y'all report what you're doing, and don't worry, it's gonna be okay. I feel like you would hear if we felt that there was, and you do hear when there's a misalignment, but I feel like everything that y'all are already doing captures the verbiage of the first one and the second.
Yeah, Mayor, I just want to say in support of this, I think my colleague is right on the money, not to play on words, but one of the things in this is fiscal excellence, and it explicitly says, is sort of the mission statement for this entire section, deliver quality government services and improve community safety in a fiscally responsible manner. And so I think this is very much aligned with that. I know that we're eventually going to have a discussion on the, the matrix consulting, And so I imagine some of the more minutia that's being referred to as far as what's desired, I think will likely be discussed in that conversation already. And so, yeah, I just wanted to express support for the item. I think it's very much aligned with this section.
And Councilmember, I just want to thank you for saying that the conversation that we having right now is not taken away from the conversation that's going to take place with the second council meeting in February with the Matrix Consultant report out on SMPD. Thank you.
Okay, I need to go back to Mr. Mendoza. Did you have something at this point?
No, ma'am, I'm still just listening to my colleagues here.
Okay, so I'm gonna say today, if we've got something that we all agree on, let's agree to agree and move on to the next section. So it looks like we are all good with this. If somebody isn't, let me know now. If not, we will include these two items and move on to the next item. Mr. Gonzalez, do you have
Yes,
others?
so, bullet point 3.
Are we still under A?
Yes.
Thank you.
So 3's fine as is. I just had an addition, so I guess 4. So to add aligned service levels with community priorities and available resources to support long-term sustainability. So again, just introducing prioritizing or aligning service delivery with strategic priorities. Basically just doubling down on the, we have what we have, do the best you can with what we have, essentially. And not to go backwards, but to address Chief's not comments, but I guess concerns with the buzzwords. I understand how it comes off like we're just throwing a bunch of buzzwords out. Essentially, my meaning behind it was we have the budget we have. We all understand the financial constraints we're under. We're not here to tell you how to best run your department. You're obviously the subject matter expert in that. So I guess to boil it down, what I was trying to say is, we know what your budget is. We trust you to do the best you can within that budget and do the best you can within that budget, I guess. So I get where you're coming from. It's like, okay, well, what exactly do you want us to do? At least speaking for myself, do the best you know to do as the expert that we hired to run that department. I don't want to get into the minutia and tell you what your staffing levels should be and how many officers you should have on what shift or what calls they should prioritize over other calls. That's your job.
Comments?
I think I missed where, is this a new standalone one?
Yeah, so it would just be a standalone one that is, did you need me to read it again? I'm sorry.
But in sequence, you're suggesting it be number 4?
Yeah.
Because there's several out here.
Or is there another one
Uh-huh.
below that? Oh, so yeah, I guess number 4.
Yeah,
For
there's
sure.
actually
Yeah, there's
6.
I'm looking at the, I mean, I don't think I necessarily care where it goes, but.
Okay, let's see what it is.
Line service levels with community priorities and available resources to support long-term sustainability.
We could share a microphone here. When you say aligned service levels, what type of service? Like response service? Like, is it? You don't mean to get too detailed, but to me, I'm trying to get the intent. Again, I know you kind of said it, but I'm still missing that there.
Would this?
So you want to serve the community according to the community, whatever their priorities may be, with available resources to support long-term sustainability. You want sustainably, long-term help do what the community wants.
Microphone.
At a basic level, the community wants to be safe, right? They want to be able to enjoy their hometown in a safe manner and not be in fear for their safety or their property, et cetera. So do that with the available resources to support long-term sustainability. So don't overextend our available resources to where long-term we no longer have the resources, but keep our community safe. So again, you're the subject matter experts.
Yeah.
The entire thing, I guess, all my suggestions, if you want to boil it down to a simple thing, is we all know we're broke, or not necessarily broke, but we all know what our
Limited
budgetary
resources.
limitations are. Do what y'all are subject matter experts in to provide the best service within our limited resources.
And council member, I'm perfectly fine with the fiscal constraint. I'll say that probably for the third time. My pause is the community priorities, and I'll be real specific.
That,
If a community member experiences a crash, somebody runs into their car, that community member expects a crash report for their insurance. But we don't actually investigate those crashes unless it involves injury or necessitates a tow. And that's what's called differential police response. We say no to that crash because we have to say yes to preventing violent crime. So the way that's worded is, I'm then out of alignment with community expectations. And so that's where I want us to be real careful, because that kind of language, I see specifics where y'all are seeing generalities.
I was going to ask, yeah, the community priorities as defined by what? The Polco survey, the something else study, then the Polco survey doesn't even have the level of detail that. I like the concept, but again, what is that list that we're going to expect?
So I
from
guess
you?
So I don't know how to answer your question, but I guess I could answer it using Chief's example. So, yes, you're right. Someone that experiences a crash wants a crash report, but I would expect they would want to not experience a home invasion. So, and maybe this is just me applying common sense that might not be that common, but when having to choose between going to a robbery in progress or going out to a fender bender to write a traffic report or a crash report, prioritize what the majority of the community would say is a priority and go stop the robbery in progress, don't go write a crash report. So, I mean, like I said, it might be applying what I think is common sense, because I would assume the majority of the community would say stopping a robbery is more important than writing someone a crash report, but that might be a bad assumption.
Hold on, Chief Stevens has a question or comment, and he's had one for a bit.
Yeah, I just want to kind of add to this, and I think I understand where Chief Standers is going from. First, I want to assure the mayor and council, we have optimized. We have optimized about as optimizing as we're going to get. And I want to point out two numbers to you. The matrix study, or whatever consultant the council and the CMO's office choose to use, is going to be very high level compared to the study you just got back from ISO. ISO is a worldwide, it's Verisk, it's a $1 billion a year corporation, and the two places we graded worst, credit for company personnel, staffing, we got 9.58 out of 15 points. Credit for training, 3.79 out of 9 points. The two places we have the most room for improvement on a worldwide scale are in the two things that are being addressed here. I want to assure you we have optimized, and we're exactly where you're at, Mr. Gonzalez, and we're even having those discussions currently as we implement our new RMS system. There are calls that I bet you expect us to go on that we are no longer going to be responding to, and that is going to show up on your doorstep in the form of phone calls from your constituents, because there is an expectation. We've always gone to those calls. We can no longer go to those calls without additional resources. We are optimizing. I just think we need to have a very real conversation about those expectations, because Chief Standridge and I are trying desperately to cover a very fast-growing city that is well beyond the resources we have currently, and do a very good job for you. And I hope you think we are doing a good job, but we're at a breaking point, and I think we're trying to highlight that. We're not just going to optimize anymore. I mean, we're single company stations, minimum staffing on each apparatus, no dual companies. We've got several districts that are without the benefit of their own fire station, so the districts that do exist make calls further away. That takes longer for response times. Things get bigger, the problems get bigger before we get there. We've been doing what the council is referring to here for a really long time. And I also just want one more thing. Prior to Chief Standridge coming here, public safety had never made an appearance in this document. So I really want to lean into and ask council to continue support that this does belong here and is part of the vision for the council and what they want public safety to look like long-term here.
So my interpretation of this is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're really just saying we want to make sure that we're doing what the community wants us to do, and that we have their ear and we're there to hear it, right? So to me, this is an education issue, just in general. And since this is a high-level document, it's just an intent, like, hey, are we hearing what they're saying? And does the general public also understand our constraints as well? It's not just education. It's all types of education, right? If the general public knows that, we're running 35% less or whatever the case may be, well, then the community's able to work with you. So again, I don't think it's meant to be that specific. And to me, it could almost just be put into 3 under the portion where we talk about education.
I think align the service levels with community priorities and available resources to support long-term. I think the sustainability part is more, I think it just needs a little more clarity, and maybe if we're talking about fiscal sustainability, financial sustainability, just because I think that can be interpreted. And so are you looking at it from the sustainability of finances? Are you looking at that about staffing sustainability? Are you just that's the only question that I would want some clarity on, is really to understand, because the expectations are going to be the expectations that we put together with mayor and council with staff's help in terms of what things that they're seeing, and then also what things they're having to prioritize or not prioritize. I mean, it was much like the discussion we were having earlier, is we can do that all day long as something else may take a back seat, right? And so as long as we continue to have those kind of dialogues with council, then that's fine. It's just trying to understand a little bit on the sustainability, if we could just get a little more clarity on that part of it.
And Mr. Mendoza has his hand up. Mr. Mendoza?
Thank you. I guess so. My thing is here, and apparently we're having different constituents calling us and saying something, but the majority of the people that are calling me are not questioning my first responders optimizing their budget. And we saw in cases where just the Blanco Gardens meetings, where the citizens came out, they made a request, and through just good listening, it was resolved with, I mean, come on, we had that drive-by shooting a couple years ago. It seems to have calmed down with the neighbors I talked to in that neighborhood, because they did optimize good work with the resources they have. So are you guys hearing my colleagues here that they are not optimizing? I mean, what's going on here? I'm curious.
I don't think the public is worried about the word optimize. I think they're worried about when I need help. Is there someone who can show up, and how long will it take them to get there?
So are we getting complaints that that's not happening? Because I have not heard anything yet.
Okay, I'm not.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
On Tuesday, we had a garage fire behind a residence over off of Craddock. while our units were committed to that incident, 3 other emergencies occurred within the city that were answered by other jurisdictions besides ours. That's not unacceptable. We have the mutual aid agreements and stuff in place for that. It's just beginning to speak to the call volume here is overwhelming the resources we have. And to say we're going to do more with the resource we have, we're doing that. But when 3 other calls occurred during about an hour and a half time span, that South Hays or Kyle, and I think South Hays made 2 and Kyle made 1, I may have that backwards, but that is
What were they
beginning to.
calls for?
One was an alarm call, one was a medical call, and one was a burst pipe, possibly from things falling out from the freeze that was tied to a fire sprinkler system. And back to your point, a delay, or not sending someone. If we don't go out, it's likely the business owner or the employees of the business don't know how to properly shut down that fire line. And you start flowing 3, 4, 8 inches diameter pipe of water into someone's business, you can do irreparable damage in a very short period of time. The initial determination was to just hold the call. And I actually got on the phone and called dispatch. I'm like, we're not holding that call without knowing what's actually going on at that business. If we need to, we even reached out to Wimberley. Fortunately, South Hays or Kyle was able to clear another call and take that call for us. But we're looking out for our business community, because if they shut down, they stop generating revenue, they stop paying their taxes. It has a trickle-down effect. We are there. I don't know how to say it any more clear. We've optimized everywhere there is to optimize. We've got redundancy in the system. We're starting to grade calls away from it. We did a little different approach than Chief Standridge. In order to protect the training dollars we had, we cut almost all of our public safety education funding. I think Ms. Reyes put back $1,500 for us to continue to provide the stickers and the helmets for the community. All of our other public safety, the Citizens Fire Academy, Open House, all those have been discontinued in the fire department for the last several years, again, to meet existing fiscal challenges. So just want the council to know, we think we owe it to you to be honest. And hopefully that's how this is being received. We know, we're all in the same boat. We need to be honest with you. We're there. We're doing everything we can with what we have, and the problem and the city are growing beyond that.
I have a question. Chief, would you say, though, the example that you gave, like having the moments where you have multiple calls, regardless of what classification you've given them, that scenario is a frequent scenario or more of an anomaly?
That is becoming more and more frequent. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
That, in the past, correct, that was an anomaly. That is becoming more and more frequent to the point that we're starting to look at that. We've already, just so the council knows, we've already changed, and it's in the process with the new RMS. We put a lot of changes into this rollover. We were sending all 6 stations to a working structure fire a few months ago. As a result of this, we're now going to only send 4 or 5, depending if it's residential. They'll get 3 engines in a truck. If it's commercial, they'll get 3 engines, 2 trucks. And we'll keep 1 unit back for that next call, because we do see that there's so much of those additional calls are duplicate at the same time. We've also put the blocker in, so we don't have a unit tied up blocking on the interstate. That full company, brand new fire apparatus can be in service. We've done the optimization exercises to a very good point. Like, we're there.
Yeah, which is much appreciated. I know there was a question from Mr. Mendoza about sort of what we're hearing from the community, and I will be the first to say I have heard nothing but good things about your department. Nothing but good things. I wasn't here for the initial, I had to use the bathroom, sorry, for my colleagues' initial, discussion on this item. I guess just sitting here, though, I think about, we've touched so many items in this strategic plan over the last 2 days that touch many departments. I think one of the things that I'm realizing in this moment is not every department was afforded the ability to give us sort of this dire projection and sort of, not necessarily projection, a summary of what they're dealing with too as far as shortages. And I hate to say it, I'm not trying to minimize what you're talking about. But unfortunately, I think for the public watching, for everybody here, being realistic is important. And I think
as we move into, and I was the first, Chief, you can't say I didn't support when it came to property taxes and adjusting to make sure y'all have what you need. I was there with you. I was there with you. But I think as we move towards a situation, circumstances where that may not be a favorable decision that all of my colleagues share, this is going to be a circumstance that we find ourselves in, not to be nihilistic about it, but we have to be real about it. And I think when we talk about departments having shortages, I imagine if I asked each one of these department heads in this room, they have those too. And so I think what my colleague at is, given the fiscal circumstances that we're under, and to move in a way that I think, again, I'll read it, is fiscally responsible. Optimization is something we're going to unfortunately have to get used to, not just as individual departments, but as a city. And I hate to be honest about that, but this is what we're in. And so I think what my colleague is maybe getting at, and again, I didn't hear your introduction of this item, but what is, I guess I'm trying to understand as I follow, in the verbiage that is currently presented on the screen, what is the source of contention that I missed as far as individual verbiage? Like, what did I miss?
I don't know that there's contention. There were just questions. For example, the community priorities, where is that list? Is there a list?
Okay.
What are we going to reference? And then maybe a little bit about sustainability definition as it might apply here.
Okay, so
it was questions, not challenges.
I was wondering if like how we got into the actual capacity, and I'm guessing sustainability was the word that triggered that, or?
So I think the first thing was community priority, like the mayor said, like, what are we?
How do we define that?
Yeah, how do we define community priorities? Whose list of priorities are we going with? And then city manager raised, then I guess wanted more clarification on what we mean by sustainability. Is it like fiscal sustainability, staffing sustainability?
Okay. And so we're still workshopping language on this one. Okay.
Ms. Garza.
I am in alignment with my colleagues' commentaries. I feel like everything that these folks have said, I'm not going to summarize it, but one of the reasons why I am supportive of this item is, and I appreciate you naming all those things. I feel like you guys give us these updates piecemeal or as necessary, or as you know, are doing different reports in different places and spaces. But if named in the strategic plan, I think it prompts us all to reflect on it more, and that way we can communicate it better to our community. The strategic plan update websites is online, and so aside from everything that's been discussed, I feel like it would be beneficial to have it in the plan, because it appears we're already doing that, and it could also help our neighbors understand how you are executing those things, even if it's like, what's it called? Kind of just like a broad summary, right? I think y'all, especially you, for this last report, I feel like the fire department did a really good job with their like Q3 updates. Like, you're naming exactly how you're meeting adequately staffed public safety departments to address community safety. So that same energy being applied to that item, I think would benefit everybody. Yeah.
To me, you're just stating what you're already doing. I mean, being efficient, optimizing. These are very general words. Align, sustainability. I mean, you're just speaking to the quality of operations. So to me, this just is an additional sentence that says keep doing well with what you have.
Yes, and for me, this is kind of like what we call the elevator speech. Hey, what are you guys doing about public safety in light of the budget crunch? And this is what we're doing. I'm still a little iffy about community priorities. I like it. It's just, for these folks, I would be saying, What are they?
Right, and the way I see that is, in their updates, like you guys are, I think, if you, whatever it is that you're doing to address community priorities, or to say, you know, it might be a priority, but it just doesn't vibe with like the operations or the safety of it all, they can describe that in their report, right? So we're not telling them, like, I don't want to limit it to Polko or to, right, I mean, I know you didn't say that, but, right.
There.
Yeah, like generally, you know, we got this feedback at this event. I know you guys go out in events and get feedback all the time, or we've had instances where a lot of people, a lot of neighbors get together and email us about a specific concern, like stuff like that. Does that make sense? That's how I interpret community priorities. Like, y'all are the experts. I'm assuming you guys are weighing community priorities with your responsibilities and duties. So I'm not going to put the limitations on what that means. I think it would just be valuable for us to be able to see that work, right? And be able to report it to our community. And so that everybody understands what's being done to meet this goal. But that's just
Yeah. And Chief Stevens, I think your example about what happened with those calls that day is exactly this. So again, I would assume the community would prefer that you not let a business flood and potentially go out of business and stop contributing to the tax base. So you, on the fly, because you had the available resource of the mutual aid agreement, made that call and said, we're not going to hold this call. We'll get someone else, you know, one of our partner agencies or whatever you want to refer to them as, to go ahead and take that call. So I think this defines exactly what you did on that day, and it's essentially just backing up what y'all are already doing.
Ms. Reyes?
So I think this has been a really good discussion. I think definitely we can report on the things that we are having concerns with, and I think this goes back to just fundamentally, if we say we can't do a certain thing, sometimes it's looking like we're trying to not do that or be a certain way or be perceived a certain way. And so a lot of times we just do whatever we have to do without letting you know the pains that we're feeling in doing it, and the troubles that we're having in doing it and meeting those expectations. And so some of what you've heard over the last 2 days is me telling you, because I know that these are things that I'm hearing on a regular basis from my staff. And so it's not to push back, it's not to say that we don't want to do anything or that we don't want to meet your expectations. It's that we're having trouble meeting some of the expectations. And so I think that what we need to do and what we can do better is just really reporting on those things a lot more, because it's very easy for us just to say, hey, that's our jobs. Y'all give us a job to make these things happen, and we just do it. But it's not without consequence, and it's not without struggles that are being faced, especially with me giving a mandate to my staff that we have to cut staff. And if they're feeling like right now they're struggling to keep up with the workloads. And so we just need to better communicate those things so that y'all can at least understand where those constraints are, to get your direction on what things you want us to prioritize or maybe deprioritize. And so we can do that through our reporting and different junctures that we have, just to help y'all understand a little bit more about where those things are. It doesn't mean that we're not going to do our jobs and handle things as best as we possibly can, but just we have to be able to tell you if this is a consequence of us not having all the availability for staffing or resources or things like that. And so we just need to make sure that we're doing a better job of communicating those things to you.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Can I speak for 1 second? So not to speak for Chief Standridge, but one of the main focus for Chief of Police in any city, regardless of the size, is going to be violent crime. And so what I believe that Chief Sanders is saying, he needs to always be in a position to respond to violent crime or those violent tendencies that are occurring in our city in a moment's notice. Not to say that we can't respond to community priorities, whether that's now responding to every accident that occurs. If there's no injury, the cost of damage is less than $1,000. But on the forefront, it's going to be very important for S&P in general to always be in a position to respond to number one calls, number one, and number two, to respond to any violent tendencies that are plaguing any of our communities in the city of San Marcos.
Ms. Reyes, at what point, because I know budget policy is budget policy statement, will we start seeing, and I know some things happen within a department, and some things y'all take care of at your level, but when are we going to see some of the, I mean, we're hearing about ramifications of, you know, a less budget. When will we see some of that that's going to hit us? Hit us as our decision, perhaps? When are we going to find out how really deep this is?
So budget policy, we get your direction on how you want us to move forward, and it's a high-level direction, and then that's where the direction that I use to then give my departments to say, hey, go back and build your budgets. And so I think that what we need to do is take a step back and look at, and that's why we try very hard. I know visioning is usually something that is just saying, hey, what we are dreaming and we would like to be, but I think before I was city manager, one of the things that I noticed is it was just something that became a wish list and didn't necessarily, it wasn't rooted in what was fiscally attainable, either through staffing or resources or whatever. And so I'm very thankful that y'all have taken a step back to really look at things that are more achievable. So what I'm saying, take a step back on budget policy, is typically you wouldn't get the constraints and things like that until the budget policy or the budget development of the departments, and we would tell you, these are the things that we need to move forward, and then these are the things that we're not able to fund. Maybe what we need to do is also, as part of that budget policy, also start looking at what are the things now that people are having trouble meeting service levels, so that council goes in with also that context in budget policy before we get asked to do additional things. And it doesn't mean that we can't take on additional things. It's just that we need to be mindful of what either isn't currently being met or that we would just need to reprioritize. And so maybe that would be the time, Mayor. It's a long way to answer your question, but what I'm thinking is that just organically having the discussion is that I'm probably going to get with my team members to say, can y'all tell me more about what things specifically y'all are not able to meet these service levels, so that is part of the budget policy presentation that we make to Mayor and Council in February.
That's what I was looking for, is tell us how bad it is, and specifically those service levels or services that may not be able to be preserved, at least, or temporarily suspended, because I can't do budget policy without knowing a lot of that. Okay, good to know.
I think we can take that approach.
Mayor, how do you feel, though, about, I mean, I love the idea of extending that to departments. I think yesterday we all agreed that, like, asking our departments what they need is important. I feel like that should be extended to all departments to identify that. I mean, again.
Oh, my point is they're already doing it, and there's a
Yeah.
lot that their decisions they're making that don't get to
Yeah.
us.
I guess
But
I bring it
when
up.
it's service to the community, that's when we're going to hear about it. And
Yes, ma'am. And I bring it up because one of the first slides that it talked about in our visioning presentation yesterday sort of got at the needs that have been longstanding with some of these departments, and that eventually I think the warning was we're going to reach a point where it's going to catch up to us, so much so that because it's impacted service levels at that state.
Yeah.
And that, I just think of, having this conversation, that tied with that other slide that got into the amount of, like the percentage difference between civil services, non-civil service, as far as of like open positions, vacant positions. That's a huge jump. And so that's why I was saying, I feel like if we're gonna do that, extend it to all departments, because I can't imagine like how bleak it really is for everybody.
And that would be my intention, council member, is
Okay.
to open it up. And so I'd be getting with all of my departments. I can, for example, I know with Miss Surley, you know, who reports to me, half of her department is vacant. And those are managed things that, and yesterday there was a lot of, hey, can we do this, can we do that? And that's where what y'all were getting a little bit of my pushback, is because I know that half of her department is vacant. And a lot of the things that are being requested are things that she would be responsible for. I know Mr. Floyd, for example, they were one of the first ones, even when Ms. Hernandez was here, they did not fill one of their assistant director positions so that they could better get, you know, some staff savings, but then also optimize their staff to make sure we were getting the right areas. So I am very well aware that there are other departments that are struggling as well. And so we just need to tell you just what that looks like on that more grander scale. So that's my intent, is to get with everybody, and so that y'all have that for all of these discussions going forward.
And it's not my intent to get into those department level decisions, but it's sure good to know if we can't do, we're not gonna be able to do this anymore because we needed to do that.
Right.
That's gonna be helpful.
And that is, you know, I don't take that as council, you know, stepping on the operational part, because I need to communicate to you as your city manager, what are these constraints that we're having? Because I need you to help me prioritize, and for the staff, what those service levels are, so that when constituents are calling about things and are saying, hey, they're not doing this, they're not doing that, yes, we're not doing that, and here's why. You know, and so I need that support for my team members to make sure that they know and understand, and that the community knows and understands why we are where we are.
Yeah, 100%. I think it also, I imagine none of these council members would, if we saw an analysis that said, hey, this particular department that we may have a dream item that we want them to do, and we have something to point to that says, well, they're not even, they don't have capacity. That's something that at least lets us know that. Right now, I don't have that. I have, you know, anecdotes, and that's great. But I think having a clear analysis to depict that is something I would definitely want. And just, again, to give our departments the opportunity to express that, all of them, is important to me.
We got a list one year of department requests that couldn't be filled. I think it was, what, an $8 million price tag? It was like 200 items. I wasn't even sure, once I started reading, what do we do with this? Y'all, I know y'all are making hard decisions all along for a couple of years now.
It is, and it's something that we've done differently. And so just to understand process-wise, when we ask the staff to go and build the budgets, they build the budgets, they bring those back. And, you know, having worked with a lot of different people over my tenure, you know, at the city, I've seen people handle the budget process very differently. And I've been on the side of not knowing and not having the information. And so that was something that I really made a big commitment to, is that I wanted a collaborative budget process. So I don't make the decisions by myself in a vacuum with my executive team in terms of, hey, these are the things we're going to fund. The departments all present to one another about what it is that they need, so that they all understand what the other needs, and they're not just fighting for themselves. They're looking at this one city, one team, and so they make those pitches to one another. And in years where we have available capacity, we say we've got $2 million in available capacity. How do y'all want to make this recommendation to mayor and council? Because then it's our budget, it's not my budget. It's our budget as a staff that we're recommending to you as a council to take into consideration. And so I've never minded given the unfunded things. It's just a matter of ensuring that, you know, not wanting to go around that process that has already taken place and start putting things in that may not have been.
That's why I
the
set it
consensus.
aside and we went through.
Yes, yes.
And it was just to give us an idea. It wasn't us to start making decisions, say, oh, I think we need to put number 37 back in. It was just to give us an idea of the magnitude.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we've had a wonderful discussion about budget, lack of budget. On the table right now is this item that I wish it had more specificity, but I'm not sure how to solve that, what words to add. So checking in with council, and we also, Mr. Meagle, if you could scroll up, we haven't had around the table on the top two formally, I don't think, and we can do it all at once. Are we good with these? The three items?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mendoza?
I know how it's ready to go. I'm gonna vote no on all of them.
Do what? Did you say no on all of them?
Yes, I'm a no on all of them. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Are you good with all of them?
Yes, Mayor, I was just going to ask that that analysis that we're going to be producing, if we could, I think it might have already been mentioned, so sorry to belabor the point, but if we could have that presented at some meeting for the public to see.
I see Ms. Reyes doing this. Ms. Garza, on these three items? You're good, okay. Mr. Purcell?
I'm good on the three, but the third one seems pretty vague.
Yeah.
But I get what you're trying to do there. I just wish it was better worded. And again, I feel like a lot of these things that we're spelling out are things that are already doing, so I don't really feel like we're adding to a workload.
Right.
It's just, we're showing the public that this is important to us, high level. So I would like the third one to get maybe sussed out a little bit better, but.
And as always, if staff has an idea based on our
Sure.
conversation, how to
Staff, come
improve
on.
it before it comes back to us, or when it comes back to us, that's always welcomed by us, and we'll make a decision on that at the time. Mr. Gonzalez, I assume you are a yes on these? Okay, Mr. Scott? Okay. And I share the same concerns about item 3, but I'm not against it, so. Next item. And Mr. Trevino, lunch at 11:30? Is she back there?
I don't see her.
She'll let us know.
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am. Before I present this item, I had some questions because perhaps the item is not necessary. So I know that we've talked about, in terms of downtown, a collaboration with the University Police Department. And so I guess my first question would be, is that collaboration, was it codified? Is there a MOU? I really want to understand what currently exists right now.
So that was an ask. So after we had the 2 downtown shootings, Chief talked with us about the needs, to stand up something downtown. And Mr. Anderson and I worked on that. And it was one of those things that was just kind of a spur of the moment. And I sent a text message at 6 a.m. to the president and his staff and just said, hey, I'm having to come up with $150,000 of unbudgeted money to do this. It seems like this would be in our mutual interest. And so he and the vice president wrote back and said, hey, we'll match you dollar for dollar on this. And so I've asked for it to be codified, and so we're working through an MOU.
Okay.
It's not something that would normally come to mayor and council because we're receiving dollars, we're not expending dollars necessarily. However, because of the importance of this agreement, I have asked for it to be on an agenda so that the public can be aware of that. And so it's on next week's agenda on February 3rd.
Okay.
And then we are also going to be doing a joint press release. Now, what I will tell you is that it is for a limited time. It is not in perpetuity. It is, I believe, through June, Chief. And
Through
so,
June of this
and he's
year?
confirming June of this year.
Well, that's
and
gracious.
so,
What ends in June of this year? You're talking about cash, but aren't we also talking about some personnel?
no. Chief, do you want to explain exactly
Okay.
what the arrangement is?
So Chief Carmichael is the police chief of the University Police Department. He's authorized 33 sworn. And on any given day, he averages 13 to 17 vacancies. And so in light of that recognition, Chief Carmichael worked with Mr. Algo, and they said they could offer the $150,000 as a one-time donation through the end of June while they evaluate the ability to assign personnel in August. I'm not optimistic that they're going to have the personnel in August, so we're going to be back in the same predicament when school resumes in August.
Okay. I didn't intend to get into like the actual cost sharing of anything. I thought, I'm just going to be frank. I thought, I know Shane said your name's not Frank. I keep saying that. I use gracious facetiously. It's not gracious at all. But anyway, so my item was specific. I get y'all are finalizing the details, and I just kind of wanted to see how, and if this is something that they would already be required to do, flag me, let me know. But I'll read the language that I have right now, and I guess we can sort of workshop that.
Is this a new item?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And I believe I sent this one to staff.
You have it right.
It's the one that gets into fortification.
So did we conclude your concern about the university, or is this
This
item-
is applicable.
this is
I
it,
just didn't
okay.
want to present it without knowing some of the,
While he's
what's been
looking for
discussed.
that,
It's right there.
my question is for item 5, expand programs and partnerships, it's outside of that.
I'm sorry, Mayor, which one are you talking about?
Roman 5 has expand programs and partnerships that it would not fit in there. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind, it doesn't. My
Yeah,
bad.
no, I felt this would needed to be a standalone, and you'll
Okay.
see why. So right now I have the language, I'll read it for the public.
Great.
Fortify the cost-sharing agreement supporting current downtown law enforcement efforts with Texas State University Police Department to require adherence to the same ordinances, policies, and accountability standards governing city officers. If we're already doing this and that wouldn't, and they would be held to the same standards, I wouldn't see why it would be an issue to just include this in here. And given that there are ongoing discussions as to what this agreement will look like, I imagine what it's an MOU, interlocal agreement, something like that, okay. That this be accounted for. And the rationale being, I would not want to hold these officers to different standards than we hold our own officers if they're going to be serving our people. They're in our city, they're in our jurisdiction, and so I think it's a real simple ask. And yeah.
To the councilwoman's point, the University Police Department are held to the same licensure and continued education credits as we are, but beyond that, I don't think UPD would ever agree to obey or abide by our policies and our accountability standards. I'm a strict disciplinarian. You've heard me say that before. I have a very formal process for reviewing everything. There's zero chance of UPD adopting what I do, so I don't know that that's a feasible ask on the last two things.
Well, hopefully that's something that can be discussed as we finalize these negotiations. Like I said, at the end of the day, it would be remiss of me to want our officers to be held to one standard and other officers to be held to another. That makes no sense to me when they're serving our people in our city. And so I would hope that given, I imagine why it's important to you, the accountability portion, I imagine you would probably extend that to them too. So whatever negotiations we can have to make sure that this is something that's accounted for, I would expect the same of any department, whether it was federal or whomever, that when they're in our city, they're abiding by our laws.
And I think to the degree that is allowed to by state law, since they're a state entity, and so I think that that's the thing that we'd have to look at what that language would need to be, council member, that would still allow for them to do the things that they're authorized and that state law calls for them to do. Now, the other aspect of this is, and what we may say is, if that's not something that we could necessarily have control over because we don't get agreement on, then maybe what it does behoove us is instead to get the money,
And that's
and
fine.
that way then we're then responsible for how someone's doing their job, and we then do have control over the accountability aspect of it. So it seems like that might be the way to go if we're not able to say that, hey, we could get agreement on this last
Yeah.
part of the language.
Okay. I just really don't want a scenario where, God forbid, something happens and people can't differentiate between departments. And God forbid, that's an indictment on our own department when that was never the way they were supposed to be behaving in the first place. And so in anticipation, obviously you don't want to anticipate something like that happening, but in anticipation of that, I would just hope that, like I said, as we continue these negotiations, this is something that we account for. And if it comes to a case where the money is the only thing that they agree on, then, you know, this is a moot point, but at least it being on the record.
Yes, sir.
Are you thinking we pull the February 3rd item? Because this is a significant conversation with multiple stakeholders.
That was going to be my next question is for February 3rd. It's on the agenda. So what we would need to do is we could have conversation with Texas State between now and then, see what they're agreeable to. If it is something that we need to then ask mayor and council to table on February 3rd, then we could always do that. So let's see what we can, because I know it's Friday and we only have really Monday and whatever we can Tuesday. So let's make a commitment for us to touch base. You can with Carmichael, I can with Algo, and we can come at that together. And then we can work and see what we can accomplish. And again, if we have to then recommend to mayor and council that we need to pull this and have it tabled for further discussion, then we can do that.
Yeah, because I'm going to have to provide them all of the policies and the accountability standards, and it's going to take them probably weeks to review that.
I would think just because of some of the disagreement that we have with the state of Texas right now on some laws that are local, that's one that's coming to question. That's why I'm thinking we don't even go that route at this particular juncture. I don't know that that's going to be a good place for us to go. So I think it's really asking, are they willing to just do the money without the people, Chief? And so then that makes a much more simple discussion than it would be with what you're talking about.
Yeah, and Mayor, I know we've been privy to a lot of these conversations being on TERS. I can tell you, as far as the money's concerned, again, the reason I say gracious in a facetious way is our community wants a whole lot more than what's currently being proposed. They feel that the weight has not been carried in the same way, and that our department is carrying far more of the load than what they believe should be shared. So I'm fine with seeking out the money if that's all that y'all feel that they can agree to.
I think that's more realistic, especially with, like I said, some of the things that are in litigation right now for state of Texas versus local policy. And so I think that would probably be something they couldn't agree to just with that. So I think if we can even say fortify the cost-sharing agreement supporting current downtown law enforcement efforts with Texas State University Police Department, period, you know, or there's ongoing cost sharing or whatever you want to do, I think that is very, very doable, and that's something that we can put in here and then have those conversations, if that works for mayor and council.
Yeah, so just a comment to that point. My understanding is the February 3rd item is just about money. So if we're talking about having people adhere to the same policies, is the February 3rd item even really in play if we're not even talking about the possibility of people until August, and even then,
that was
it's not even
my
a reality?
question, is what's in that MOU? Is it just the money, or is it money and people? If it's just the money, we can go ahead and process that.
The money contemplates $150,000 through the end of June to provide a fiscal reimbursement to the city for providing our officers downtown. It stipulates none of their bodies until eventual consideration for August 2026.
Okay.
Okay, I misunderstood. I thought you had said the 13 officers. I thought you were saying that they were already there, like we were already utilizing them. I think you mentioned 13, or maybe that was the vacancies.
I thought they were helping us already too.
Because there's been a lot of talk mischaracterizing this, and one of them has been, oh, they have officers patrolling downtown already.
On
And
a
so-
case-by-case basis on certain nights, when their staffing model allows it, they will assign one to assist.
See,
That is
so
correct.
I'm accounting for those case-by-case basis. Again.
I would too.
Not to belabor it. I do not want something to happen and the stain goes on this department when that's never where the focus should have been. So.
And that,
You know, tonight, this morning, we can't decide what we're going to do on the agreement. I want to keep it focused on the strategic plan, but just so you have an understanding, the agreement says that the department, our department, will assign sworn officers in the downtown square on certain nights. So there's it's really the commitment on the city's end that we're going to use the funds, you know, accordingly.
Yeah, but there's still officers on the street. Chief Standridge, is the end of this section, is that something that you have already discussed with them when they said, yes, we can send someone to help you, whether it's 5 minutes or 5 days, whatever it is? Did y'all have that discussion?
Chief Carmichael and I have never discussed them following our policies and accountability standards. No, ma'am, that's never happened.
Even though they were going to be assisting us?
Right. It's a big ask. I'm just going to be completely honest. It's a fair ask. I want to recognize that. I definitely am sensitive to the way you said the stain on our department, so I'm very sensitive to that. But Chief Anderson would probably agree with me that that's a really big ask for another department to obey our policy and accountability, especially the way we do accountability.
And so what I'm hearing, though, so we have the MOU for the 3rd, for this 150 that authorizes it through June. If this is added into the strategic priorities, where I was saying is that if we want it to be more in perpetuity, that they're giving us ongoing monies, that's the further conversation that we need to have.
Well, ongoing monies is different from ongoing people.
Well, right now, this isn't for ongoing people, it's for ongoing money.
That's what I'm saying. It's for the money, and I'd like to just separate the money and quit talking about the money, and we're talking about this, because this is concerning me, because I have the same concern that Ms. Rodriguez does. I realize that they're TCOL certified, same as we are, and I don't know what their additional standards are, and you've got additional standards, and I don't know how much overlap or.
Well, and Mayor, we could
There
easily
may be.
divorce the two. We could tell Chief Carmichael, hey, we want to seek remuneration, but we don't want your personnel assigned. He would love to say that's good for him because it keeps their focus back on the university campus. So if that's the direction of council, just let me know and I can have that conversation this weekend.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, our community wants to know why they're not helping us in however it is, including people, but they're not thinking about this part of it. Yeah. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yeah, so I have, I guess, two concerns that kind of look in opposite directions. One is that we're hearing from the community that the university is not pulling their weight. And while I think the solution would be for the university just to give us money and keep their bodies, I think that's still gonna look like the university is not pulling their weight to the community because they're not seeing officers in university uniforms actually patrolling downtown. So while I would love to take their money, and I agree with this, the spirit of this, I think this actually gives the university an easy out to be like, okay, we're not gonna send our bodies. So when we're saying you're not pulling your weight, but then giving them an excuse to not pull their weight, I think we're not necessarily doing what we need to do to adequately patrol downtown. My other concern, or I guess question, would be in some alternate reality where Chief Carmichael wants to have his officers patrol our downtown area, even if we don't want them there, as TCOL certified peace officers, correct me if I'm wrong, they have statewide jurisdiction, and if they see a crime occur on the streets of San Marcos off of university property, they still have the authority to enforce those laws and take action,
That is
regardless
correct.
of whether we want them to or not.
That is correct.
So if the money is what they have to offer at this point, and we will gratefully accept that money, what are we doing with it in order to increase the capacity of people?
So effective January 3rd, we reestablished the downtown unit under the supervision of Corporal Isidro Contreras.
Right.
And 3 officers. And so there is a dedicated unit of 4 now assigned, and they work different shifts because they try to catch Tuesday through Saturday nights.
Right.
And so our goal is to have 4 people downtown from 10 p. on until closing, which usually drags out to about 3 a.m. And so the university recognizes that, and so they came to the table and said, we can help financially, because we had already run the numbers. The numbers were about $164,000-ish for those officers, so that's where the 150 came from.
Okay, what I don't understand is, are these our officers, existing officers?
These are our existing officers that we stole from patrol to make it happen. We had to
So
rob Peter to
where's-
pay Paul.
Where's the 150 going?
It will go back to reimburse the city for those salaries for those 4 officers.
Are we hiring? I still don't get it. If
Overtime.
they're already our officers, why is it costing us more money for them to be here instead of
Overtime.
over here?
Because we
Is
had
it
to take
overtime?
them, we had to take them out of patrol, which means now we have to staff patrol for overtime. Correct.
Correct.
Okay, you could have said overtime, could have led with that.
Overtime, Mayor,
Because, well,
overtime.
my concern was, are we using it to hire other people that we know less than Texas State people to bring in, which is even more concerning?
In fact, Texas State prohibits us using that to hire additional officers. So they're not letting us, the MOU says that we can't use it as a way to increase our officer, that the city would be funding. It's only for the time coverage. So that's the other aspect of it.
Why would they
Mayor.
put that restriction on it?
True. Question. So I get what you're saying. I imagine adherence to the ordinances is a given. I think what I'm hearing is the policies and accountability section is where the issue is. How do we feel about following city officers? We just say where permissible. That accounts for if state law says something different, that we're preempted from doing this.
What did you want to change up here?
So
didn't
at
catch
the
it.
end, following city officers, we can just say where permissible. This allows them to continue to negotiate. If there are going, like my end goal is, I hear you, Mr. Gonzalez, on like the potential inadvertent effects, but it sounds like to the argument that you made, this is probably happening already, them being in our city jurisdiction, serving in whatever roles they are, separate from our city officers. And so one could argue this could be applicable to other areas outside the city. I have had many people get pulled over by UPD who call thinking that they are y'all, and they have some issue with an officer related to that pullover. And they're thinking by directing it here, it's well-deserved, and it's not.
Right.
So all I'm saying is, like, we can't sit here and have a university that shares the same jurisdiction and not address this at some point.
I think if you said as applicable, that would make more sense
I
to
am
me
so
than
fine
where
with that.
permissible.
I'm fine with that. Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Gonzalez, this was your item.
What's hers?
I have
I'm glad it
just-
was hers. Never mind.
Did you want to say something?
Oh, yeah, and again, like, I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with where you're coming from, but the way I'm reading this, so they're following the same ordinances, policies, and accountability standards. So for example, our recently approved overtime ordinance, or not overtime, secondary employment, so.
Oh, yeah.
In theory, that's not ordinance, policy. That's the policy that we've adopted. So if I'm reading this correctly, now we're gonna, even though it's not the intention, but the wording of it would mean that now UPD has to follow our.
I think the as applicable to
It
her
gives
point would
leeway.
cover it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that wouldn't apply to them.
Okay, cool. So that's what, again, my concern is that we're giving the university an out. So I'm trying to like minimize that out and like excuses that they could come up with was, okay, well, this is why we can't agree to that, so we're not gonna give you bodies.
But there are going to be policies that they're required to follow by state law, not even by university policy, but under statutes that don't necessarily apply to municipalities. So, you know, as long as we understand as applicable, some things, and I guess the question becomes for the council and the city is, well, since it's an agreement with Texas State, are we willing to still do business even though they have to adhere to certain policies under state law? And I guess that's a, you know, policy decision, but sometimes it's not because they're pushing back, it's because they're just mandated.
Right. May I, Mayor? I appreciate this item. I think, and I can't speak directly to what's happened in the past, but I do applaud our staff for whenever we have suggested, like, why can't you go shake down the university? y'all have approached, the university and asked them, I forgot for what other item, it was like, just go ask them for help, and it's like, I don't know if they're gonna do, and then they helped
Fire?
us. What was it?
It was for the tenants bill, the Austin Tenants Council.
Oh, gotcha.
Rio Grande Legal Aid, and
Yeah.
they supported us and provided some funding for that.
Right, and so I think for me, it's even just naming this to begin the conversation. I'm assuming it's not gonna be as simple as we would like, just given everything that we have laid out that might be a barrier. But I do think that it's important that we lead courageously and even begin this conversation. So at minimum, we can, have it on record or be able to report out to our neighbors that the attempt was made, and so that we could also better understand their comments, questions, concerns. I think it's important to have that there, and I think it gives the message to our community that we do hear them, and we are going to try to continue those conversations with the university to see how we could best work together and share resources. I dig it.
Okay, at this point, I'm going to ask, are we okay with this? I'm looking for thumbs up or head nodding or something from each of you.
Mayor, if I could, would you all?
Yes, sir.
I think Ms. Reyes has a really good point. If there's a way we could possibly bifurcate the allocation of money with the responsibilities, because I can tell you that a state police agency is not going to adopt our applicable use of force standard. They're just not. They're not going to adopt our use of force review. But we would still want to seek some type of remuneration. So is there a way y'all could split the two so we could pursue one without having the other?
I don't see that in order to take the money that they have to adopt all that. That's just if they're sending people.
To require adherence?
Then we modify that about when it's actually people. If it's just money, it's just money.
That would
This
satisfy.
only comes into play if they're sending us people, correct?
Yeah, and for the sake of.
Let's fix that then. Good
Yeah.
point. Thanks for bringing it up. Ms. Rodriguez, this is your item?
Yes, well, it sounds like we're already, I was gonna
I
say,
thought the
I was
as
just gonna
applicable
express
covered it.
legislative intent.
I'm sorry, I talked over you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am. I was just going to express legislative intent to that point. Since we're on the record, I would be fine with this being as far as in the negotiation process, being considered two separate items. My main thing was as long as they are serving in our jurisdiction, that was my main point.
I like keeping them separate if we.
Let's just separate them.
I just think it's
Because I think
cleaner.
that's going to make everything cleaner and clearer. Because to me, it was clear, but for others, it wasn't. So instead of starting with require adherence, we need to start if UPD staff are utilized, then we require adherence, or somebody's going to read that and think things that are not accurate. So that needs to be at the beginning of that. Ms. Rodriguez, are you good with that? Or maybe it's when instead of if.
Yeah, I would feel more comfortable when.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted that at the beginning. I don't want to start with require adherence.
Yeah,
and then-
understood.
Oh, but wait, just if they're here.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I
Okay.
understand that.
So,
Because like I said, there's other instances, Mr. Gonzalez makes a good point, like there are other instances outside of downtown that this happens. And so perhaps even, do y'all feel like the inclusion of the verbiage downtown is limiting? It doesn't account for that? Because now that we consider that point that you made, Mr. Gonzalez.
are utilized to support downtown law enforcement.
I would just say support law enforcement efforts. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah,
You like that
Yeah.
better? Okay.
Okay. Are you all good with these two items now? I see a yes from Mr. Gonzalez, a yes from Ms.
Sorry, Mayor, this
Yes,
one
sir.
gets really complicated on that second point.
Let's
So
go.
it's very, very frequent that an offense will be reported to one jurisdiction or the other, and then requires somewhat of a joint investigation. Rape, sexual assault is a perfect example. If I'm Chief Carmichael, I'm saying, wait, we can't work with San Marcos on a rape investigation unless we apply your standards and your I would never agree to that.
So Chief, sorry to interrupt, but the as applicable, we're not changing that. So in those, when we get into like the semantics of it and individual, case by case basis, that's the as applicable. It's supposed to account for that.
Yeah.
If there is an instance where, there is some sort of issue, that is, the idea was to give leeway to account for those issues.
Well, and I think maybe it's to support law enforcement, because yes, if something happened on campus and they're called in and now we're assisting them, I don't see this as messing with that.
And we do have like mutual aid agreements with other agencies. There are numerous situations where multiple law enforcement agencies are involved in an operation. I'm not necessarily talking to one planned out in advance, but we get some sort of crisis situation. It's going to sometimes be the county and the university folks. And we just need to understand that those are governed under separate agreements, and they're going to come in with their
Right.
standards of operation as they
And
are.
there's going to be joint work together, as often happens now. I think the concern there is when they are working with us and it looks like they're one of our officers was the big thing. If they write a speeding ticket over on Thorpe Lane, we're not utilizing them. We didn't ask them to do that. Does that make sense?
Can I ask a question?
And that's two different things.
Of mayor and council, just to think about it. With the strategic plan being a high-level document, and I appreciate and understand the law enforcement, that's the very relevant example, but there may be other cost-sharing opportunities that we want to look at. Do you want to make it a little more broad if we really are going to bifurcate? Because I'll give you an example. As we do the fire study, I know that there are things with them not having their own fire department that we have to service. I'd like to look at things with that. And there are other models with other university communities in terms of what they already do. And so that might be something for y'all to consider in terms of making the language a little broad. And if we're really talking about monetary support and financial cost sharing, then maybe that's what we really focus on instead of the whole applicability and all of that
Sure.
kind of thing.
Ms. Reyes, you're never going to get objection from me on having people give us more money to help us out, right? Like, if they're benefiting from our services, you will never get objection from me. So if we want, the only reason I was explicitly, there's just been so much talk on downtown specifically because of that tragic incident, too. And so that's why the specificity was initially provided. But you make a great point. If there's other cost-sharing agreements that we can sit here and have other people help us, you will never get objection from me. Write us a check any day.
So would you be agreeable to having this be, and would council be agreeable to having this be broader based so that it's more about looking at those cost-sharing agreements and then including, it can look at downtown, it can look at fire, it can look at all of that.
Hayden's
So-
got it. I think
He knows, he's been working with us on it, so he's gotten some information even from College Station that we've provided and things like that, so.
Yeah, because I think it could apply to parks. I think it could apply to other situations and circumstances, and so, again, it's just what it means to be a good neighbor.
Got it.
Thank you for that.
Could we put in there, I know we're in the public safety section, but I would like to just put something in here that broadens it up to say, and I know this says including, it could say including but not limited to, we're still talking about downtown. So if we're going to talk about other things, fire, something else, I'd like this to be
In that
broader.
section.
I like the but not limited to.
Or do we even
That
move it
helps.
to understanding that a part of this touches
Yeah.
understanding that a part of this touches public safety, but we could easily move it to the core government services, the very next outcome even.
Oh, I see what you mean. Ensure operations are funded for the delivery. Sure. I guess the reason I had put it here initially, let me see.
Well, where we started, this
The
wasn't the right
resiliency and
place.
trust,
it
but
started
that
with
makes a good
community
point
safety,
too. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
And in that particular case, do we want to put something here about the downtown and then put the broader in the core government?
I think the ask was that the first bullet point be added, maybe I misheard, but added to the core government services. And then as far as the trust and I think what was the mission? So trust and resiliency, I think that the second bullet point, if y'all are okay with
Yeah,
it,
second
would
one
live here.
Stays here.
Yes, ma'am.
If we want to move that to core somewhere, okay, checking in, see
So-
who's okay with this. And I'll check in with you in a second, Mr. Mendoza.
Moving in, so I have a question about the second bullet point for chief. Because again, my concern is, so like the Halloween night events that happen downtown, where we did get mutual aid from various law enforcement entities. Had this been in place, and I'm actually not even sure if UPD responded at all, I would assume they did. Had this been in place at the time, I guess putting yourself in Chief Carmichael's shoes, would you have any resistance to dispatching your university officers because of this being in place?
Or would we even have called?
Yes, I would have grave concerns about any type of partner law enforcement with SMPD if you're asking me to obey their policies and accountability standards, because they would definitely be applicable when we're dealing with riot situations or downtown unrest situations. All of those policies are then triggered, and so it's a big ask.
It's a big ask by us, of them, but would we not call when we need help, even if this isn't,
Well, my
even
cons-
if this requirement isn't met?
So it's important to recognize that they have our radio channel and they monitor our radio channel. So there might not even be a call to ask, but they'll actually show up to support. So, yeah, it's a big ask of UPD and of Chief Carmichael. And if I'm him, I get with Eric and I get with my legal staff and ask, can we even meet the city here? And then it'd probably be a negotiated process. But this is a vision, it's not a policy, so
Right.
you could start with the vision and we could see where we could land.
And for me, there is some level of difference, as in, they're in, I'm going to say, working for us, as opposed to, we needed help and we called some people in, or they showed up to help. To me, that's different. It's still a concern, but it's still a different situation.
But to your point, Mr. Gonzalez, when we had that situation downtown, we have the incident. We have incident command. So when they showed up, they do report for us. And so they would be underneath our purview, Mayor, to your point.
Okay.
But I guess my concern is when they get that call or when they hear, the need on the radio, because they're monitoring our channels, that they're told not to respond because of the potential liability or whatever that this. But like you said, I mean, it's a vision, it's not a policy yet. So I guess, to your question, I'm okay with it as written now, and we'll just see what comes out of a potential policy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I might over lunch kind of massage that second, kind of remix that second point, just to make it I feel like we are to give it the blessing, begin those conversations. Does that make sense? Or unless it's already implied, right? If this is the goal, work towards that goal with the understanding that there may be resistance because of a whole bunch of reasons. Actually, maybe, okay, yeah. I'm fine with it as it is because it's a goal we'll be working towards unpacking patiently.
I just don't want this to keep them from showing up when we really need them, when we really need additional people.
That's the part that kind of messes with me, but I don't know if it's necessary to like reword it to say, hey, don't blow us off because we put this in our strategic goals. Does that make sense? Like, I don't think that they would, but
I think that as applicable might cover us on that. Okay.
If you were to ask the reverse, if we were to respond to UPD and UPD says that you have to meet our policies and expectations, would we agree to that? And the answer would probably be a ready no, absent a full legal review. So to your point, it needs to be a negotiated statement. It's our starting point. This is not policy.
Okay.
And I think
Checking.
maybe
When,
once,
I have a addition just to.
Hold on, Mr. Gonzalez had started speaking.
just a quick one. I think once it gets down to, you know, that legal review, splitting hairs level of policymaking, I mean, maybe putting some differential in there between like planned operations and, you know, emergency mutual aid or whatever, where it applies in one situation and not another, or it's, I don't know, that's for the lawyers and you gotta figure out, but maybe putting some sort of like caveat that depending on why we are utilizing them.
And I will again say that at such time when this comes to us, if staff has found a better idea, bring us what we leave this with, and then also bring us better wording or what seems to be better wording, and then we'll make a determination at that time, because some of these things might take a few days to maybe even look some stuff up to come up with better wording. But right now, in concept stage, I'm asking y'all if y'all are good with it, which is move the cost sharing to the next section of government services and leave the stuff that's specific to public safety here. So, Ms. Rodriguez?
Yep.
Okay. Mr. Baselt? I think Ms. Garza had already indicated yes. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Mendoza?
Mayor, sorry, I've been trying to ask this here for a while. That's great that we're asking about
If I
UPD.
miss you, say hey.
Oh, okay. Let me lower the hand then. So I agree. Being a BISM, I've never felt, and you know, I could be wrong, but I have never felt that it was an equal share. But my concern is when we had the murders on Halloween, it wasn't just Texas State who assisted us or helped us out. We also had county there. Do we need to include county with this agreement? I mean, just to ensure that we are really working with everybody?
I think it's a great point, Mr. Mendoza, but I think this was something that I did consider when drafting it. I think the hesitation that I had was around feasibility, given that it is the
Well,
county's.
if we're talking about, but if it talks, well, I mean, but there's still, there are little ready properties in the middle of ours, even closer, you know, and they're an entity that is a government entity that should respect us in the same time. I guess my thing is with Prop A, I hate to get phone calls from residents, my neighbors that sit there and say, hey, I got a ticket from UPD, or a county officer gave me a ticket, but I had this and you know, this is the ordinance that you're protecting me under. County has the same issues that we do with UPD. And, I mean, I want to be fair.
Mr. Mendoza?
I want
are
our
you
citizens to
okay?
know.
Yeah, are you okay if we move this forward? And again, if staff has got some other considerations, that we see that when this comes back to us for a vote?
Then I'm going to be on it like crazy then, because we need to make it uniform, and I want county to be involved with this.
I'm looking for a yes or no.
Yeah, let's go with this.
Okay, it's at least getting on there and getting a starting point. Mr. Scott? He says he's fine. I'm going to say yes. That concludes this item. Lunch has been here for a while, so we will be taking a lunch break. It is 11:56. I'm going to say 12:30. And we're in lunch break. Thank you very much. We have returned from our lunch break. The time is 12:32. We are in 3, Public Safety, Core Services, and Fiscal Excellence. We were in Community Safety when we concluded. We added a few things, and so now I'm looking to see, do we have anything else in Community Safety? If not, we're moving on to Core Government Services. Looks like we're moving on to Core Government Services. Checking in to see what council members may have in this section. Ms. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So the third bullet point, talking about the resource guide, I've just had a lot of conversations through going to homelessness coalition meetings and just talking with people. They love the guide. They love what we're doing as far as getting resources out there. The ask was sort of like making sure that certain links work or certain, like on a routine basis when we share it out. So I came up with some language following, where are we at? Sorry, public. That has, with an established process for routine review and updates to ensure information is still correct, links are functional, and services reflect any changes. My expectation is, again, I'm not trying to put more work on staff on like by routine, I mean even quarterly or biannually, just making sure the links work and people can go to the right services.
I would think monthly should be, because you don't want bad links out there.
Yeah.
Something to recognize is there are multiple resource guides out there, not just ours. And
That's a great point, Mayor. And maybe even like some language on like, and collaborate with, because I know the county's the one of the largest ones, the resource guide they put out. Maybe even just some language that sort of guides us to let them know in the case, you know, things aren't working.
Yeah, and what concerns me is when, and I'm not saying we're doing this, but when someone starts out by agency, if I'm somebody who needs help, I need it sorted by food, shelter, transportation. Don't make me have to read everything in order to get down to where food is available.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
I think we're doing it the way that it's most useful for folks. So where I was going with that, and I hate to meddle in other people's stuff,
I don't treat it as meddling.
but my thought is if we find somebody else's guide to have a broken link or something, that we make sure that we let them know.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I assume
saying.
that we're doing that now, but
Yeah, that's why I was saying, perhaps we need to come up with some language that reflects, you know, that discussion that should be had.
yeah, it was going to be, and cooperate with others
There you
who
go.
do guides or something like that.
Yeah, and maybe it can be interwoven in the second sentence, the utilize community partners to help disseminate the information. Maybe we could, what do you think about right there?
Anywhere is fine with me.
Okay.
Is accurate.
That looks great.
There you go.
You want to turn your track changes on?
This is her document, so.
It's up there in the top right corner.
Oh, he's pulling from my,
I'm pulling from her document, though.
I know, but would you just add, it would have been nice if that was red, but that's okay. Okay, is everybody good with that? I'm seeing no objections. I'm seeing yeses here. I don't see Mr. Mendoza one way or the other on right now. Okay, so that.
Yes, no, I agree.
Okay, great, thank you. Anything else in core government services? And let me just say, the comprehensive resource guide is wonderful. The library's had one for a long time, but it was only online, and the intent wasn't to hand it out, but we've got stuff that's actually, that we can give to people who may not have access. But I did want to give the library credit for having done that for many years now. Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I have one going back to Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find it first. So essentially, and I just sent this to you, Hayden. Strike the whole thing and replace it with prioritize process improvements that enhance efficiency, effectiveness, and responsible use of limited public resources. And the reasoning behind it is, sorry, did y'all hear me? Not hear me? Do you want me to repeat the whole thing?
I can barely hear you at any time, so the closer you get to the mic, I think we'll all be happy.
Okay, so essentially strike the whole thing and replace it with prioritize process improvements that enhance efficiency, effectiveness, and responsible use of limited public resources. And the thinking behind it is twofold. One, again, reiterating our limited public resources. But two, I felt like the way it was written previously was go look for a problem and solve it. And this is more solve problems in an order that prioritizes greatest results, I guess.
I'm reading it as don't wait for a problem. I'm reading yours, and that's good.
Okay, well, sure.
Any other comments? Ms. Rodriguez is good. Ms. Garza, Mr. Paselk, Mr. Scott, Mr. Mendoza. Oh, where'd he go?
Well, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Then, move on.
I have one more in this section if no one else has one.
And core government services?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so I want to first, before I give the language, consult with staff just to better understand questions. So when it comes to utility billing in our city, how, like the date that we send those bills out, like the due date, how is that typically established? And the reason I ask the question is because I've had a lot of people reach out who have expressed interest on, or just general questions on how or why their billing periods aren't aligned with common payment periods, like the 1st and 15th. I've had many people reach out.
They can explain that.
Okay.
Yeah. John Locke. Is this on? John Locke, Finance Director. The currently utility billing is set up on cycles, and I think there's a total of 4 cycles, and so all the customers, depending upon the different quadrants, they're located within in the city, are assigned to a cycle. A lot of the driving factor behind that are the meters that are being read, and to allow the meter readers to read within whichever quadrant of the city that is going to be billed. Like if it's cycle 1, then the meter readers will go out and read all of cycle 1, and then that information is used to bill that particular cycle, customers on that cycle. And the more that we move towards automated billing and the capabilities of that improve, then I think it opens up for something like this, because everything would be automated and it wouldn't be tied as much to someone needing to physically go to a location to read a meter. But that's the reason behind it.
Okay, and I included my rationale up there, but yeah, that it's just something I hear about. Like when I have people who say, I'm gonna be late, what do I do? Obviously the first reaction is to provide them information about the available resources and stuff. But then you have some people say, well, I don't really want to wait for that. Like, I'm just waiting for my check to hit. And so, like, the desire is clear that they want to pay it. It's not that they want to be late. But I guess I didn't want to propose something and then without understanding why we do it the way we do currently.
Let me ask a question that I think is really significant. What is the time frame from when a bill is mailed to the time that it's due? How many days?
There's a 17-day period.
17
on that,
days.
Right. So, but to answer the question before, I like the wording of determine the opportunities. It gives us opportunity to go back and look to see where we are. Like electric is much farther along in the AMI system than water. So we can let us take a look at that, and where we can. We're probably not that far away. 5 years ago, we couldn't have had this conversation. Today, maybe we can get there sooner rather than later. So let us walk that one back and see at what point we could go with the 1st and 15th, or maybe it makes sense the 3rd and the 17th, or something like that, to align with what that next 17-day calendar entry looks like. So let us take a look at that.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew there were 4 cycles, so, but what you're saying is as we have more automated meters, that you don't have and I have red meters, so,
Yeah,
water meters.
It's still just a legacy to back when you literally had people walking streets reading meters.
You just can't do them all in one day.
And since we're not there right now, we can go back and take a harder look at that, and maybe it's a period of time that we implement it based on where AMI has been successfully implemented, right? But we can start looking at that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms.
And
York.
we've got, including consideration
Yeah,
of
it
an
is a
extended
two-part.
grace period.
So.
Did we not do that already?
Well, I know we have, Ms. Reyes, thank you for sending me the information. And I'll just be the first to say, my mom pays these bills, so I had to talk to a lot of other people who get these bills, so it's not coming from firsthand knowledge. But my understanding is that we give people, obviously, the call that, hey, your bill's going to be due, and then we have that day, I think, to pay, that is essentially, may not be entitled a grace period, but it's considered one. I was just wondering if, I'm not obviously expecting us to do a grace period that's so far into the future, but maybe looking at something, if we can't do the common payment period alignment, and maybe it needs to be separated, but that's sort of where I was coming from with that.
Do you want me to explain anything?
Yeah, the reason why I was asking what that time period is that if there's 17 days, And if you get paid on the 1st and the 15th, some people get paid every Friday, some people, for me, my whole life was, I got paid once a month.
That was mine too.
And so what I was looking at is if you get your bill and you kind of know it's coming on the 8th or whatever, that there will be you'll get a check before that bill is due. That's where I was going with the
I see.
17 days.
And I wanted to just add one thing on on a due date. If a customer calls in before their due date, they can have their due date extended. Utility billing will offer an extended due date. They just need to call in before the due date.
Okay.
And that extends it by 10 days, 5 days, for which there's no penalty type thing.
The number of days, I'm not certain on that. I'd need to check and follow up. I just know if they call before their due date that we will extend the due date for them.
Yeah, we had long conversations about this. Okay. Ms. Reyes?
I think that's the main thing, is just, as busy as everybody is just making contact, then that can help for us to try to direct the best way, right? So if it's that we can extend due date, or if we can get them to resources, all that kind of thing. But just to explain the process, so the same thing that that Councilmember Rodriguez was talking about. So 2 days before the due date, the customer gets a courtesy call. The day after the due date, the customer receives the late penalty. The day after the due date, a delinquency notice or email or physical letter is sent out alerting the customer of the disconnection date if the payment is not made. And then the service is actually disconnected 10 days after the due date if payment or payment arrangements are not made. So that's the current process. So anything that would need to be built in would just need to be, to be adjusted accordingly.
Yeah. And that's why I wanted to be explicit on like including consideration. If we reach a point where, it's just not a viable option, I can understand that. It's just like for mortgage payments, my car payment, you do get some sort of grace, like, hey, the check just hasn't hit yet. So it's good to hear that we may actually have the technology to do something like this, and I think that would be incredible. Because like I said, people want to pay. They don't want to deal with the late fees. It's just the timing of it. Some people just don't have the money in that moment.
I think the language you have in regard to determining opportunities, I think is, as Mr. Yor said, I do think that that's good, because you're allowing us some flexibility to look at that and just
Okay.
see what's available.
Okay, thank you.
Council, are we good with this one? And it's the text at the bullet, not the rationale. That was the information. And Mr. Gonzalez?
I'm good with it. I guess kind of want to reiterate the need or the want to better align billing practices and the dates. While I appreciate the grace periods and, the ability to call and get an extension, if the problem truly is that your billing date doesn't align with your pay dates, we can't really expect people to call every month to get that extension. So at a certain point, the solution is to align the billing date or the bill due date with their pay dates.
Yeah, but we don't know what people's pay dates are.
Well, right. I mean, I guess in the perfect world, being able to pick what your due date would be is ideal, but I also understand how that's not really feasible.
Right.
So I guess some happy medium.
Yeah. I just want to say thank you for exploring this. I feel like we've had this conversation before, especially throughout the pandemic. I think, again, a lot of strides have been made to be more just considerate of the barriers that folks have. And yeah, if putting this in this document will help move that work further, then sure, yeah.
Or, and I'm sure there's a rationale for the 17 days, is that correct? What if we made it 20? But what I'm saying is that may be a better solution, but I don't know why it's 17, and since that's kind of a weird number, there's probably a reason for that.
Yeah.
But I would just like to see us maybe look at that, because now you do have, if you're not getting paid that often, you're going to hit that 1st and 15th in a 20-day window.
We'll take a
So-
look at it.
I'll take a look at it.
I had a quick question. I remember having these conversations before, and well, I don't remember the exact rationale as to like why it wasn't possible. And I do, again, I know we changed some things to kind of try to get closer to being more like considerate of our kind of timelines. But is the software an issue as well? Because I think somebody said that they updated their, like, our agreement with the software, where people go in and pay. Like, was that a barrier?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Like, I know we've had this conversation before, and there was like a rhyme or a reason why it had to be 1st and 15th of the month, and also that extended period or whatever, like that number. But I wanted just to ask, did that have anything to do with the software that we use?
Currently, the reason that we bill the way that we do isn't really related to the software as much as it is right now the city isn't set up to be able to do automated reads on, for instance, for water use. For electric, as Mr. Yorth was saying, we're pretty much there where we can get the automated reads for electric.
Gotcha.
On the water side, we can't. So we have to have a meter reader that go out and get the actual reads, physically go out to each one of the addresses to get the reads. So that's why we have the city set up in the 4 different cycles, so that to give the readers time to get to the different cycle addresses and get those reads manually.
Gotcha, cool. Yeah, whatever you guys come up with, I know you guys do a great job verbally explaining the rationale, but if it could also be in the PowerPoint so we could read that before. Like, I imagine you guys will bring something back to the research. I appreciate it.
Okay.
That way I don't have to like jog my memory files or my notes, because I know you guys do a good job at breaking it down when you're presenting.
Okay.
And we'll be providing progress reports too, since if this gets in the strategic plan, then that will be something we'll report progress on. We'll also have that on our website. And so yes, if there's anything that is like an ordinance change or anything like that, then obviously we would need to bring that back to mayor and council. And we'll take what you said, Councilmember Gattis, that's just making sure that we bring as much information as we possibly can so the public is informed about that. But I do think that we are in a different date and time from when these original practices started. And so we can definitely look at how we need to adjust to meet kind of more of the evolving times.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. Also appreciate that you guys, you know, with the disconnection days and just that process. I know I sent you a lot of information. You guys workshopped that. So I imagine you'll apply the same energy to this. So looking forward to hearing more.
Anything else? And Mr. Mendoza, you're good with this?
Ma'am, I'm good with that. Thank you.
All right, moving on. Anything else in core government services? If not, next is financial management. Mr. Baselk, what you got?
I do have an addition that I've had Hayden type up for me real quick, and I'd like to see if there's any interest from fellow council members and/or the mayor on adding this to the strategic report.
Is it a new item?
Yeah, I'd propose a new addition, item 5. The thought process behind this is we go through core services, core department services, financial management, workforce, all the things that this city takes to run requires the mechanism to run it. And markets are kind of slow right now. I get it. But I think it is tantamount to our success as a city that we prioritize that mechanism to get us down the road. Otherwise, we're constantly flip-flopping over who doesn't have what and why. It's quite a frustrating environment to be in. So I'd love to look into some economic options, not just for the sake of doing it, but the sake of it because we need it. So my sentence is, during periods of financial constraint, prioritizing strategic economic development is essential to stabilize city revenues, protect core services, and ensure long-term fiscal resilience. And this is in response to even something we talked about earlier, and I'm open to any type of discussion on that.
What do you mean by strategic economic development?
Well, all economic development has to be strategic in nature. We've got too much going on here. We've got a ton of watershed. This is not easy, but the only way out is to start putting some money in the bag so we can get down the road, because we're consistently at a crossroads between cutting services, cutting staff, you know, and this stems from just my experience in business. Is that, you know, there's many years when I ran a business where I ran it from the bottom side of the P&L. I was frustrated and couldn't figure how to get down the road, and it was hard to do, but I realized that my focus was always on putting out fires, right? And through some coaching and teaching, I was told that, look, all your effort and ownership needs to go into getting the bag first, making sure that you have the money in order to run your services correctly. You can figure out how best to do that down the road, but if you don't have the mechanism in the first place, it's just an extremely uncomfortable environment. So I see that some similarities here, that we are in the business of the city and we're in the business of our constituents, and ultimately what's best for them is fiscal responsibility and ultimate long-term financial stability, and you don't do it without sales. So whether it's grant funding, state funding, federal funding, property tax and or sales tax, something. So we've been in the State of the Union, I think we've been in a budget deficit. How long have we been writing budget deficits? Ish. I mean, it doesn't have to even be exact.
Well, we never adopt a deficit budget.
Right. Well, excuse me. Yeah.
But we have to, by law, have to do a balanced budget. But we've had deficit budgets that we've been working through in terms of having staff not be able to either add or cut. John, that's probably been, Mr. Locke, the last 3 fiscal years?
Yes, it was definitely the adopted budget-wise the last 2 years. But you're correct, if you go back to that 3 years ago, that's when we had to freeze capital outlay, and we started the managed hiring program to make sure that we contained expenses.
So in the truest spirit of this is not grab anyproject.com, right? That's not the point of this, but it is super important to the health of the community and the properly running of this staff, this facility, all members involved, including council members, that it's like running your household without the money.
You fully explained the why.
Yeah.
I'm still asking the what. Are you talking about prioritizing permits for something that's going to bring a lot of property tax base to the city? Exactly what is the what? I'm not saying I'm against it. I was just trying to understand exactly what this is.
We'd probably just
I
use
get the why.
standard best practices. You know, we've got economic development that happens in-house. Obviously, we just got a new hire.
Define economic development as you're talking here.
Well,
You talking about new businesses coming to town?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, some new businesses. And I get it, growth is contentious in nature, and I'm here to be part of both sides of that discussion too. I just want to make sure everybody understands that. But I don't understand how we get past some of these financial woes without, and if there's other solutions, I'm open to it too. That it's more of a conversation for me too. I just want to make sure it's said, you know.
What I'm remembering is how many times the word incentivize is in the comp plan. It was to, and it wasn't defined. It certainly didn't mean necessarily cash, but it was, what was the term? Fast pays per minute, something like that.
Expedited.
No, there is another buzz term to it. That explains it. There's a buzz term to it throughout there. So in any case, saying the ones we prefer, you know, we'll do certain things for. We take care of everybody at, you know, with the request one way or another, however it turns out, and I'm confident of that. But that's in some of our plans already, but I'm still trying to figure out
So for
exactly
me,
what you're talking about here.
visioning, higher visioning means that strategically to get out of an uncomfortable situation from a financial standpoint of view, you would want to prioritize a mechanism to help alleviate those concerns. Economic development is just one of them. You know, you can look into staffing, which we're already looking into. You can look into cutting programs and services, and those are two really hard things to do. Or you can find the money to fund these things, and then there's a balance, right?
What I hear you saying, council member, let me know if I'm on the right track, is you're talking about expanding the tax base to support some of these things. So when you're talking strategic economic development, you're talking about ways to strengthen the city's tax base to support
Yeah.
us through
Whatever that may be. like,
whatever,
ha-
core
yeah,
services,
yeah.
all that kind of stuff. So I don't know if that helps to maybe say it in that particular way.
Yeah, that's actually helpful, yeah.
But what I hear you saying also with that, and again, tell me if I'm off, is again, you're not saying, hey, just carte blanche, approve every single thing that comes.
No.
You want to be strategic
Yeah.
about it and making sure that it aligns with community priorities and things like that. But you also want to just to make sure that we're looking at how we can expand the
Well, I
tax base
think
to provide more resilience for
The
our
way
community.
that this is disseminated as a higher level overarching document available to our constituents, it's just a way to communicate to them like, look, we've got some serious issues going on, so much so that we've identified it in this document, and that way staff can start working on this. I know we're already working on this, but to say,
What would we do differently, I think, is
Yeah.
what I'm asking.
for me, it's really more dissemination of information, you know, so the public can understand the financial situation that we're in, because it's just super hard to do the economic piece here, and I get it. I know why it's hard, and we get a lot of feedback when we try to do some of this stuff. But I think education is really just the biggest deal, just by and large, you know, letting our constituents know where we're at. And I apologize if it sounds really one-sided and or business in nature, but that is my background. And I'm one of 7 people on this dais, and we all come from different walks of life. And so that's what I have to bring to the table. But I don't know if, are there any other council members that would
I'm trying to help you out.
echo that a little bit?
Yeah. I definitely get what you're saying. I would probably argue that we could go back to our economic vitality section. There's a section that is specific for responsible growth,
Yes,
which is
yeah, I don't disagree with that.
to deliberately expand for a prosperous economy is sort of what it says at the moment. So perhaps this could live there, number one. But also number two, it sounds like with the preface of during, oh wait, it just went, let me see.
Sorry,
Oh, it's okay, Hayden.
I was looking at that section too.
Or Mr. Meagle.
And I apologize, the thought was coming to me live, so.
No,
Yeah.
that's what this is, that's what this is. But I was just gonna say, like, when I listened to you, though, the way it's prefaced is during periods of financial constraint. I would imagine that we would pursue these strategies even outside of periods of financial constraint, as to not, be in periods of financial constraint. So, maybe first striking that, if you're comfortable with it, so it's a sustained approach.
Well, but the intention of this, just for this year's strategic plan, just to state, it's communicating a couple of things. We are in a period of financial constraint, but the verbiage could be added or amended to have it or not have it. But ultimately, yeah, it's something in there that just says, look, we need to be pursuing some opportunities, and they need to be of quality in nature. So, yeah.
And
Yeah, I think the
agree-
quality is where the mayor's probably getting into, like, what do we mean by that? Because I'm definitely hearing you, because also you mentioned an important thing about dissemination of information that I think needs to be added to this somehow.
Because that's the part that I think for us is difficult as staff. I do agree, the first part, like, yeah, we're in financial constraint, but that should be the ecosystem for us always, is to look for how we build a resilient community so that when we do have financial constraints, that helps to carry us, through things. So I think that is something that we could probably, it can stand alone, Mr. Paselk, as during, just to say that prioritize strategic economic development, to stabilize city revenues, protect core services, and ensure long-term financial or fiscal resilience. I do think that helps.
Yeah.
It's a strong statement. The other aspect of it that would be helpful for us, I think, as staff, and this will be something we're going to work with Ms. Ramirez on, is just ensuring, because again, it's really hard when you go to some of the forums where you hear, the community members, and they're so passionate about what they want and everything, and their things that they want are valid, but it's like that comes with a cost. Like, how do you want us to pay for these things? And still provide all the other things that you want. And so helping to understand, I feel like economic development has been perceived as a bad word or bad phrase. And it doesn't have to be. It depends on how we utilize it, because it is important for our community to know that that's how we're gonna not put so much burden on our taxpayers. It has to be the right industries, it has to be the right things, and so I agree with that. But that, we've got to figure out a way to pay for it. If not, we're going to keep going to the taxpayers or the ratepayers to make these costs up, because it has to come from somewhere.
And just follow-up is just, it's really education for me. Like, if anything's taken away from this, at the highest level, being able to facilitate quality conversations with our constituents first, because I think there is an obvious disconnect with people who are inside the system versus outside, what's perceivably the truth in nature versus what's not. So an education piece in here would be nice as well.
We can add the education piece, because I think, again, it's hard whenever economic development projects are coming forward. And yes, we have to tell you what the ROI is, and yes, we have to tell you what the financial impact is. And what I hear commonly, and again, I'm not making a judgment on it, just stating what is that, well, y'all don't need to be, chasing the dollar and all this other kind of stuff, and don't sell out the dollar. And I get that, but that's why we have to bring it in terms of what's the community benefit that's coming with that, so that can weigh on not only the community and they're better informed and understanding, about why some of these things, but it also helps mayor and council, as y'all are deliberating on these very important decisions, to know that you're looking beyond just the dollar that's being made. You're really truly being able to justify to your constituents that, hey, this is the bigger issue here for us, it's beyond that. This is what it's doing for the community. This is how it's helping. This is how it's helping you. This is how it's helping your family.
Sorry, if I can ask, so why did we take out during financial restraints? I thought that was a good thing to express to the current council at that time, saying, hey, we're having some issues here. We got to get our stuff together and maybe reevaluate how we approach businesses, because we are in a financial need, because we keep talking about putting other departments, actually all departments, in check, saying, hey, use the best of your abilities of what you have. But in a sense of when we go into, like we are now, maybe it should kick council into focusing on that.
It looks like that's already happened.
I mean, a lot of stuff we've done today is already happening. This is just another way for us to emphasize to the upcoming council whenever we do need to sit there and say, hey, when we have issues, because it's affecting all of our other departments, we need to step it up and help our community. Like you guys said, everything costs money. This is a one way for us to remind council and the public this is needed.
I guess I'll start off on that argument. I would prefer that it not be included only because I feel the unintended consequence would be once we do stabilize and have surplus budgets, because I have faith that we will get there one day, that then the argument would be like, okay, we're closed for business because we got all the money we need, and this become weaponized, even if it changes by then, that we made a decision that we only want to explore economic development when we're in the negative or at risk of going into the negative. So I think we should prioritize economic development at all times, not just when we're desperate. And then additionally, I don't think necessarily needs to change any of the verbiage in here, but I guess the mayor asked earlier, like, to define economic development. And we went with, like, new business coming to town. I think we also need to keep in mind existing businesses expanding their operations in town.
Yeah, I'm looking through the comp plan and pulling up the downtown plan now to see where incentivize was used. Just, there might be something here, so that's what I'm working on over here.
And I don't disagree with Councilman Rodriguez's suggestion to move it over to economic vitality if you already didn't do that. I can't tell. You did? Okay, yeah.
Mr. Gonzalez makes a good point, though. I know you mentioned local businesses. Perhaps it doesn't have to live in this section, because it feels like more attraction than retention. But there is a section within the business community section that talks about increased exposure of local businesses. Perhaps rewording something for local businesses there would be a harmonious place to put it.
And I love that all day. As small business is really the heart of the city, but the hardest thing to do inside the city, just being a small business owner. I'm telling you, it's not roses out there.
If I could offer some input, and this is listening to all the voices here, the mayor is correct. This is covered in Vision SMTX. It's under goal ECD-2, which Hayden will bring up. And I understand the concern of during periods of fiscal constraint, there can be an emphasis. And so some wording I drafted is continue to support the council-approved Vision SMTX goal, EC-2, to strategically grow San Marcos. Then the addition there would be, and provide a greater emphasis for achieving this goal during periods of fiscal constraint. Sure. So ECD-2, the goal is strategically grow the San Marcos economy with targeted strategies and investments that attract talent, support local businesses, and create vibrant commercial centers. And there are a number of actions. There are 7 actions within that goal. And so that's already a council-approved document that is there to the city manager's point. We do that consistently. And with understanding your concern, council member, it seems like your desires during periods of fiscal constraint, you would like us to have a special emphasis on that, a prioritizing.
It's just running the flag up the pole a little bit. And if we get to a better spot, you can bring the flag right back down, but we have to make sure communication with the public is huge, and it can lie in a document, which is great, but by having a strategic plan, it's like, look, you're telling the public, like, this is serious, and I think everybody in the room obviously thinks this is serious, because it's item after item after item after item. We hear the same rebuttal, which is we don't have it, cut, or whatever the case may be. So we don't fix that in a year's time, and it's done over time. I want to make sure that there's really, to me, it's just education for the public, and that they can understand this is important.
What about prioritize strategic economic development, comma, especially during periods of financial constraint, comma. That way it's an emphasis during, that way it's an emphasis during the periods of financial constraint.
I think this was specific to Vision Goal SMTX ECD-2.
Okay, so we want to change.
Are you okay to change that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that,
I still want to know what it means. What actions would go underneath that? This is great. I'm for it. It sounds good. It's like a campaign speech, but Where's the actions?
Mayor, I feel like it's similar to the conversations that we've had with other suggestions where the staff will fill that in. Does that make
I'm
sense?
counting on that, but
Yeah.
still, I was looking for what direction Mr. Paselk was going.
I think we can go from here.
Yeah.
I think we can go from here. If we get the continue to support council-approved vision SMTX goal ECD2 to strategically grow San Marcos and provide a greater emphasis for achieving this goal during periods of fiscal constraint, I think then we can add under there what that means. Updating the policy to reflect, attraction of commercial centers, revise the incentive policy that, whatever that is. So I think we can put all those strategies under there if we understand that this is a priority of mayor and council as a goal.
And where did we move it in Section 2, economic vitality?
Under responsible growth.
Responsible.
Under
E.
E, responsible growth.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I don't want to speak for my colleague, but at least for me, I know you're asking like what does it mean and whatever. To me, it at least the way I'm seeing it, it's do what we're already doing or what we're already planning on doing. But I think there is some power and meaning to actually vocalizing it and putting it into our strategic plan. So it's not necessarily giving more direction to staff. It's do what you're doing, but we're actually vocalizing that we are open to and prioritizing economic development as a way to increase revenue and stop financing the city on the backs of our existing tax base.
I think if the idea is publicity, that we might want to add some words about what economic development here is like actually out and out say, grow the tax base. I mean, if community education is the point,
Yeah.
because economic development means different things to different people, and for some people, it means build everything everywhere,
Right,
and
yeah.
nobody's for that.
And on the record, no, I'm not for that.
Right.
I'm just, the communication is really just so people innately understand what financial constraints that we're under. And economic development is one way to bring funding into the city. There's a couple of different ways we can get revenue in, but yeah, if we're not strategically figuring out the money aspect in this document, we're missing something. So, and thank you for helping me with the words. I'm not as well versed as Councilman Rodriguez is. She does a pretty good job. So, so I apologize for not having the exact words, but.
You're getting there.
Yeah,
One more,
I think we landed on something that works, yeah. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Whoa, what happened?
Are we keeping,
Bring that back just in case.
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah, don't get rid of that.
okay.
So we're not going to help define economic development?
Well, I feel like economic development comes in many forms, and I think this is just saying that, at least for me, in response to our very loud period of financial constraint, but also moving forward, we're just naming that we're prioritizing strategic economic development as staff can plug in, right?
And you do, I guess, in the overall goal statement for economic vitality, you have foster a vibrant economic climate for our community through new commercial and residential uses, education, workforce development, and support of new and existing businesses of all sizes. So that hits quite a bit of it in your goal statement.
Again,
there
do what we're doing, prioritize it. And thank you, Mayor, for, as you see so many different angles that I don't see. And I know you have to rebuild it sometimes from the bottom back up, so you got to walk it in. So thanks for helping cover on that. But really, I'm happy for this to be a cumulative effort amongst all 7 members of this dais. And I just want to say that it's just, we need to strategically really need to look at the financial situation. So I know we're doing that, but I'd like for it to be in the document. So, and what's written there for me,
I'd like to do more than just stabilize city revenues. Because I don't want to stabilize where we are now.
right,
I want to increase.
yeah.
Increase the tax base is really what you're
That's, well, we don't have it up there.
You know, so maybe add something in the verbiage, talking about increasing the tax base, supported by existing documents on how best to do that, which the community has already put input in, Vision SMTX, right? So I think, and somebody will have to check me here, but that we want to verify that we have community investment already in this, in the document, which I think we already have. And so really, this is just saying, hey, it's a priority this year. We really need to look at this. Let's revisit Vision, SMTX, et cetera, and start really working on some
It's
stuff
like,
we already
this
talked
is
about.
good, but we really need this
Yeah.
right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's got to be balanced for sure.
I'm still not sure
Outcome statement.
that to someone who doesn't fully know what economic development is, who's afraid that it's build more in places we may not like it,
Yeah.
that how they're going to receive this and that this is going to be a
Sure.
positive thing.
Yeah, no, I hear that. And I would be open to suggestions on how to do this best, you know. I live in the city. As much as I don't want to grow anything, you know, like I like my own street, you know, but we've got to find a way to do this sustainably. But so that's why I think for me it was all about the education piece. You know, if we don't start talking about this with our neighbors to make sure that people understand what's going on.
Somewhere, and perhaps it's in the, what do we call it, the implementation part, I think relief to residential taxpayers will get folks' attention, because that's what we're looking for. That's part of this, right?
Yeah.
Relief for residential taxpayers.
Yeah.
That's not in here.
I like that. Yeah, that's great.
Somewhere along the line, I think that's where you were going to begin
Yeah,
with, but we
yeah.
weren't saying it yet.
Yeah, the future is, your relief comes in the form of,
And some relief to business if we, you know,
sure, yeah.
if we spread the burden across more.
Yeah. Yeah, and
If
coming
you wanna
off,
leave small business or business out of there, but.
yeah, coming off the recent property tax increase and, you know, people they've got to know by now, like, hey, what's going on? And they're gonna be asking questions, so it's a wonderful year to really just suss it out, flesh it out, and start working the problem, so.
We've got to grow the tax base up there. Oh, that's good. But is that, do we want to state the benefit
Okay.
to the existing taxpayers?
Yeah.
I don't know that we want to say, and I'm looking up here at the top, under responsible growth, where you added and grow the tax base.
Yeah.
I don't know if it needs to be added to there, but you know, I don't, provide relief to, that may not be it, but reducing burden on existing taxpayers, residential and business,
Yeah.
commercial? Although our tax base has been growing and we're still, it's not keeping up with what we need. What do you think, Mr. Purcell?
Yeah, I like everything. Looks really good. If the rest of the diocese would like to weigh in on it now, I think I'm fine.
Let's see the rest of that section. Matthew, words of wisdom for us?
No, I'm glad. This is something that like I said earlier, it's just kind of gives us the little kick that we need to get out there. So I like this.
This whole section E is a little short
It really, yeah, it was. I kind
compared
of
to
thought that
what,
going through.
yeah. So were we looking at choosing one or the other sentences there? Is that where y'all were while I was looking for these plans? Are we going to use both of those, or are we trying to choose one? Because I like things in both of them.
Well, we've moved grow the tax base into the actual outcome statement now.
Right, I'm thinking that could come out.
So I think that can come out. And I guess continue, you already have continued to implement the comprehensive plan throughout the document. So I don't know if we need to be that specific about
In one place?
the actual goal in this one.
Okay, we should be doing that anyway.
I'm kind of thinking that you could, wait, we could add strategically grow the tax base up here.
All right,
I think you can almost remove that third one, or this one.
because we've got tax base up there, we've got this.
If you
I-
wanted, if you
yeah.
wanted to be really specific, you could say prioritize strategic economic development as outlined in the comprehensive plan.
That
But
should be a given. I think that, and that first one that Mr. Bissell provided, I think, as I understood, part of your point was this, especially during periods of fiscal constraint. And we still got that, and it's here. And that's a good place, because I wouldn't put it up there with the first, E in that paragraph.
change that to fiscal.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get into the minutia of all the types of different of economic development, but one that does stick out in my mind, if you're just doing some quick research, is business retention and expansion often has the highest return of investment. So helping our existing businesses that are here.
Do we want to put anything in here about the fact that we've gone from nobody doing economic development to 1 to 2? We're doing BRE ourselves now. Do we want to put any of that in here and kind of beef up this section?
Yeah.
Brag a little about what we're doing? And
Yeah.
I'm not sure that it goes here now that we're getting,
Right, too far into the weeds, but
yeah.
As the higher thought, we all agree.
Unless you wanted to modify the section 1 and say utilizing internal staff, the Economic Development San Marcos Board, and City Council to vet potential incentives?
I'm talking about pushing it up and not leaving it just under responsible
Oh,
growth.
okay.
Pushing it up in the
I see what
sections.
you're saying.
Yeah, that's why I elevate it. Maybe make a new section that's above economic development policy and talk about the fact that we're doing more of our own economic development now. And maybe just put a section that talks about all of that, that this is what we're doing, and we put it at the top. We still have this down here under responsible growth, or maybe we move this up there.
As long as the spirit of this, again, to me, communicatively for our constituent is that there is some urgency.
Yeah, I'm not saying take
Yeah.
anything out, I'm saying move it up
Yeah, move it up, yeah.
to give it more weight
Yeah,
or
more
more
weight, yeah.
prominence.
They start off the economic vitality, first things first. In order to be economically viable, these things happen, and right now seems to be a time when we need to look at it. a little
Some
bit.
continue to grow our economic development
Yeah,
office,
yeah.
and continue and enhance our BRE efforts.
Mhm.
Am I heading down the right track?
I believe so. And by using the word continue, there's recognition that there are actions that we've already taken with council's goal in mind and vision. So I think the word continue on each of those would be great. We can certainly take some time to draft that wording if you want to look at another section of this.
Sure, I'd be happy to move on while they work on some stuff, unless anybody else wants just to, unless you want to close it, Mayor. I apologize.
No, I was just going to say, I'm fine with going back up to the top of this section, insert another section that talks about what we're doing in general, then when you go into the economic development policy, then go into the other sections.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with staff writing this section, because I think
Yeah.
that some time and some thought and
Yeah.
rearrange the sentences, I'm okay with that, going through some of the concepts that we've just talked about.
Yeah.
Are y'all good with that? Matthew, are you good with that? And again, we will see all of this on the
Ma'am.
17th. If there's anything we want to change, that is a time that we could do that.
Okay.
So we're keeping all of this. We're not getting rid of anything that we've been talking about that Mr. Paselt brought to us. We're just doing some rearranging. Is that good, staff? Are y'all good with that? Okay, I'm seeing people nodding their head in the positive direction, so we're leaving y'all with a little more work, but I think it'll be good to have some thought to starting a new section and stuff. Ms. Garza?
You're simply asking about that one section or the overall document?
I was asking about this section, just the economic vitality, and reworking this section a little bit and explaining what we're doing that we weren't doing 2 years ago when we created this, to the extent that we are now, and to let people know, like Mr. Paselt was talking about. So if somebody's looking at, if somebody were to look at this, they wouldn't know that, and I think that would be good. So if y'all like it, I like it. Mr. Mendoza likes it. Staff's good with it. So if we have, so that closes out the item that Mr. Paselt has brought to us. Anything else in? Actually, we were not in that section when you brought it up. We were in core services and fiscal excellence under financial management. So we actually still have workforce recruitment and retention support services and infrastructure management to go in this public services.
And a lot of my feedback on that would have tied directly back into the financial stuff that goes into it for me, so I don't have anything additional under financial management. And workforce recruitment, to me, is another echo driver, so I'm good on both of those.
Actually, Ms. Reyes, Does the workforce recruitment and retention, that's at the city, correct? Because of the section that we're in?
Oh, excuse
Okay.
me. Yeah, sorry,
Yeah.
never mind. Yeah, this is core government.
But maybe some of the cool stuff we're doing, we've got education, workforce development already over there. Ms. Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am. I have something in financial management section, but when we're done with the whole public safety, I know we talked about yesterday finalizing language as it related to childcare. So I don't know if you want to, since we were already in economic vitality, knock that out already, or?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's talk about taking care of the young ones.
Okay, so I understand that we have many other plans related to many other things, and you'll see in this language, I do not intend for us to use, consultation services if not necessary, but I just wanted to, well, you'll see the language and we can workshop it. So I'll read it. I know
Tell us
Mr.
what
Meagle.
section you're in, please, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. It's going to be under economic vitality, the education and workforce development section.
Okay. Thank
And
you.
if y'all feel that Mary's somewhere else that's better, that's fine with me. Let me know.
Okay.
Okay. Develop a comprehensive child care action plan to address affordability, availability, quality, equity, service gaps, and potential incentives, including options outside traditional business hours, with a focus on leveraging existing partnerships and completing as much of the plan as feasible within current city resources and staff capacity.
And this is replacing 5 that we added yesterday?
Yes, ma'am. I think we
Okay.
added like a temporary, Amanda's going to go back and do
That
this.
was a placeholder,
language.
and this is
ma'am.
better.
Yes, ma'am. I tried to listen to each of you and account for some of the things that we talked about yesterday, including some of the stuff that Mr. Gonzalez, ACM Gonzalez brought up about sort of data. And so, yeah, and we can, like I said, we can continue to workshop it. I know this is an issue important to just
I
about
like
everybody.
it.
Okay.
I like it. Mr. Scott likes it. Mr. Mendoza? I know.
Like
it'll
it.
be
We're good.
seconds to read it. You good?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Paselk, Ms. Garza, Ms. Rodriguez. Okay, so we're good.
Cool. So if we want to go back to financial management, thank y'all for y'all support.
And thank you for fleshing this out for us.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, back to section 3.
Yes, financial
3C.
management. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So before I share this, I had just some general questions because it may not even be appropriate. But so when we talk about the item that currently exists, which is create a fiscal analysis tool based on the comprehensive plan, and that's obviously to evaluate fiscal sustainability associated with growth. We've heard so much about how do we quantify the growth of Texas State and those things. So I didn't know, number one, if this tool has already been crafted, and if it has, if it even is plausible to account for impacts of the growth related to Texas State University. But just given the community input as well as town halls, I just wanted to craft something that sort of lets people know I heard them. So,
Okay.
like I said, I don't know where we are with this tool, if it's already been done and it's not plausible.
That's a question for staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Terry Floyd, Planning and Development Services Director. No, the tool has not been crafted yet. We've had just very preliminary discussions with different firms, but it will require outside assistance to help us with the tool. I think we can take and look at the potential for what that might mean to incorporate the entire aspects of all the fiscal analysis, including if that is Texas State and other elements as we
Okay.
develop that.
And you said, so with the consultation services that have already been, I guess, discussed, I don't know if they've been approved.
Oh, no.
No,
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 just
okay.
very, very preliminary.
Okay, so everything's pretty preliminary. Okay. So that's my proposal. If we want to put something in there that's like, if we can't afford it, I'm okay with that. But at least when we talk about account, I feel like it's a big thing to not include the impact. And if you're going to ask Mayor, like, what growth all entails, I mean, obviously population, student population. I know they just passed that, or just discussed, Texas State just discussed that huge master plan. Have we really quantified what that means for our city? Because in the presentation they gave us, it didn't really even account for what that meant for our city. So, and perhaps this is something that when we talk about collaborations and partnerships, Texas State could help us cover.
I couldn't agree with that more. And I would reiterate an emphasis on our relationship with Texas State being one where we're walking lockstep, because they are, that's, yeah.
Are we all good with adding this clause to financial management 1, including impacts of Texas State University growth? We've got growth twice there. I think it's probably okay.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Maybe just-
Associated with growth, including,
Yeah, just take the second growth out, I think.
yeah.
Because that leaves a wider of impacts, not just the growth.
And removes redundancy, for sure.
Okay,
And I have one more in this section if everybody's cool with that.
moving on.
All right. So when we talk about assessing social service funding, you know, when we went through the HSAB process, those are all my, yeah, it's the yellow. It's really important to me. I talk to a lot of people, and I know we as council, Mr. Purcell, you weren't familiar with this conversation because it was before you got on council. But I like to come before people and say, I messed up. And I did. Ms. Griffith, Carol Griffith, who handles our HSAB stuff, prepared a presentation to council, it was months ago, I don't know if y'all remember, with a proposal that was discussed at the HSAB, or within the HSAB committee, about essentially of the 750 that they're currently working with. Obviously that changes year over year now. But essentially encumbering a percentage of those funds for organizations that routinely receive high dollar amounts. And so I explicitly entitled, I went back and looked at the last 3 to 4 years of HSAB funding levels and to see, are there general patterns? And one of those was 3 organizations that routinely get high levels of funding. The Food Bank, which I know many of my colleagues care deeply about, Hayes Caldwell Women's Center, which I know many of my colleagues care deeply about, and Southside. Those 3 organizations, so what I'm essentially proposing is number 1, making right of the wrong when I said I wasn't really interested in it, because I've talked to a lot of these organizations that do this phenomenal work that we are forever indebted to as a city. And one of the things they consistently mention is going before the committee, HSAB, and council year over year and not really knowing what they're going to come out with makes it very difficult when they're building a budget, when they're trying to sit there and decide what they can and cannot do for that specific year upcoming. And so given that we as a council have done great strides at putting more money aside because we understand how critical social services are and the delivery of such in our community, I essentially wanted to, I couldn't find Ms. Griffith's exact proposal, but what I have up here so far is a little bit below Hayden. It starts at the 3 asterisks that are, I gave my rationale too, but so essentially, and we can workshop it, it would be to work with the HSA or Human Services Advisory Board to identify 3 to 5 nonprofit agencies that have historically, we could do routinely, received higher funding levels, that have historically received higher funding levels and provide critical services, particularly in homelessness prevention and housing assistance, food assistance, and mental health and family violence, and to encumber a portion of funding annually to support service continuity while allowing agencies to request additional funds as needed under a board-approved formula. This last sentence, if I can provide a brief rationale as to why. Unfortunately, we knew about what happened with the food bank as a very real example with the potential of federal funding being just wiped out. And this led a lot of people in the community to very quickly try to see what they could do in the case that funding was to be taken away. And so I wanted to account for, let's say the board decides that $100,000, I'm just giving a hypothetical, $100,000 is appropriate for each of these organizations, and something like that happens, it still allows for them to apply for additional monies in the case that that's necessary. And given that we've established more money into that account, let's even say 3 agencies were receiving $100,000 a year guaranteed. We're still working with $450,000 for other organizations. But at least as somebody who has been a part of a nonprofit agency, not knowing what we're going to get is tough. It's tough to start making promises. And I just feel like the areas that I specifically mentioned are already things HSAB as a board have identified as priorities. And this also gives leeway for the board to sit there and say, well, maybe we don't want to do this. So I just, yeah, like I said, when it was brought before us, I didn't support it because I don't think I really understood it at that moment. But after talking at great length with many of these organizations, this is a big ask.
Are you suggesting that they don't even have to fill out an application in order to receive the dollars?
No, ma'am. I do think
Okay.
that and I know you read it too. I know when we read these applications, we learn so much about the work that we didn't even know they were doing. So I think it's still appropriate for them to go before the board and just, you know.
I couldn't go with it if we
For sure.
didn't still have some process there.
Yeah, because they also, as you know, provide other documents like tax documents and those things to make sure things are in compliance. And so I definitely think it would still be.
They still need to meet all the criteria.
Absolutely.
Still need to do the application.
Absolutely.
But at least they're guaranteed
Yes, ma'am.
a certain
Mayor?
amount. Yes, sir.
I'd like to just clarify the proposal from staff that was presented to council, I believe, in July. And it was in an effort to simplify and align both the CDBG program
CDBG,
and the
yes.
HSAB. If I recall correctly, Carol Griffith in our Planning and Development Services Department was recommending that we dedicate CDBG funds to organizations, which would then allow all organizations not to have to worry about applying to both HSAB and the CDBG, that the ones that.
I've been trying to do that since '98.
Well, so that was staff's recommendation, and we would be happy to bring that back.
Okay.
As we move forward at an appropriate time to have that work session, or maybe even just by memo, send the presentation or resend it to you just so you can see that as part of this effort. Certainly not to work the problem now, but simply just to make sure that in this document that we reflect the fact that staff has made that recommendation. We would be happy to forward that information back to you as y'all continue
And
the
those
discussion.
two organizations are?
The two organizations were CASA
And?
and the Hayes Caldwell Women's Center.
Right. Those CASA and the Women's Center. So the Women's Center already has.
So I am not in support of this because the nonprofit agencies that tend to receive like constant or like reoccurring funding from us are also the agencies who have the operational game, the history, the board, the resources that they need to qualify and pursue larger foundation support and external grants. And so I think a benefit of reviewing the applications on a yearly basis helps us see where the need is, right? So if one of these organizations gets a very large grant, like perhaps we should put our money or have the Human Services Board weigh all of that, right? Like weigh that and also the fullness of all the applications. Yeah, I think, like I understand like the sentiment, I guess. I just think that as worded, one, it feels way too specific for the strategic plan. But two, I would have to, yeah. I'm not comfortable with this in the strategic plan.
So the reason I asked if you were privy to, like, hearing, I know you stepped out for a bit. We did discuss that these organizations would still be required to apply. It's not, we wouldn't see them, we wouldn't understand their, what operations that they're working with, so on and so forth. Again, like, even if HSAB decided, because I really did, I looked back on all of the reports provided by HSAB for the last 4 years. The 3 organizations, I'll reiterate it, were Southside, HCWC, and the food bank. So this is already, the board has routinely made this decision already. All this is saying is, we're just going to follow suit, encumber a certain amount of funds that the board decides is sufficient. And with increasing social service levels, you're talking about, one of the examples I gave, let's say they all get $100,000 annually. That's still $450,000 at this moment. Granted, it's supposed to grow. At this moment, reserved for all of the other organizations that we have. I just feel like we always, by the time HSAB comes before us, it turns into a fight to the death of funding. And these organizations, I feel like the city also, we rely on them routinely too for certain services because we don't have it as a city.
Well, yeah, but the fight's still going to happen.
Well, yes,
with
yes,
the remaining
of
over the
course.
remaining dollars.
Of course,
Yeah,
but
I'm not warming up to this one. This is something that I might have suggested when I was a young council member, and I'm kind of older and more experienced now. There's just all sorts of little things going off in my head about why it's not a good idea. Now, if the HSAB ended up with this level of funding, I would not be unhappy. But I wasn't totally crazy with the CDBG, those two. I wasn't totally crazy with that plan, but I did go along with it. I don't think I can go with it here.
Right. I just want to add, like, as somebody who has championed since year one in office more human services funding and additionally a more equitable and organized way of evaluating those applications through the Human Services Advisory Board, I do recognize and I appreciate that this body has listened to me rant about that a lot and increased the funding and also supported the Human Services Advisory Board to change things up as they see fit with the application process. I just feel like if they're still going to apply every year, then what's different? Is the intent here to like name this so that additional funding be put in the bucket, or do you imagine that it's like we have this amount of money in the bucket and these 3 to 5 nonprofit agencies are guaranteed a pour of the bucket?
Well, and I would put forth, if we're going to do this, is the funding for PALS. And part of what I would love to guarantee that funding. They've only asked for $45,000 in years past. I'm not sure what the future will bring. But because what they do helps our animal shelter. And in a number of ways.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
so that one, I was hoping we could get that built into that budget, but with budgets the animal shelter budget, but with the budgets being tight, that's not happening apparently.
It was on the list, but that was something that was deferred.
So I want to go back to sort of the question on intent. As I mentioned earlier, when it comes time for any of these nonprofit organizations, any nonprofit, not the ones I'm explicitly mentioning, I think we all, for those of us who have experienced it, establishing a idea of like a predictable, what are we going to work with this year is very difficult. It's difficult. So to sit there and identify strategies on, hey, what do we want to accomplish for a year without knowing what we're going to have in the bank year over year, it's hard to sit there and focus on quality of services when you're trying to survive. And so the reason I didn't explicitly name organizations on here is because I wanted to leave it up to the board, number one, but also number two, I explicitly included those like homelessness prevention and housing assistance, food assistance, like I said, because the three organizations are the same year over year for receiving the highest dollar amounts. The hope was too that for all the organizations, whether they're new and up and coming or just trying to get their feet, grounded better, whatever it may be, it's less focus of the board to sit there and try to account for what's going to them when they already have routinely given it here. So now their focus can be, while still understanding that they're getting applications from the regular routine ones, that they could focus on, okay, what are some other areas that we can address now? So it wasn't, it's not to assume that the bucket's going to remain the same. Like I said, in the budget policy statement that we all passed last year, there was a clause in there that it grows year over year. So it just, it was trying to sit there so that they could sit there and have a predictable budget process in the same way I imagine we as a city want to have a predictable budget process.
Right, and I think that's a super noble rationale. I just feel that I would be more comfortable hearing this fleshed out in collaboration with the Human Services Advisory Board to hear their feedback on an agenda item.
Well, that's
Well, that's what
something
it
else.
says.
I would hate to take away their discretion, because unless they come in and recommend this to us, I'm still not sure I would be for it. But right now, they've got the discretion, that's their job, that's why that board exists. And now we're saying, well, yeah, but, we want this, this, and this. I'd want to hear from them.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can change, it says work with the Human Services Advisory Board. We can maybe add to determine the feasibility of identifying 3 to 5. Like, I think there's a way to word it that still gives them the purview to look over this. For sure, the intent was never for us to make that decision without consulting with that board. So if it's a change in verbiage to further solidify that intent, I'm fine with that.
For me, it's a matter of, again, I'm willing to explore this. I've been down to, I just don't think, given how it's worded and the purpose of the strategic goals, like the strategic plan, that it makes sense to put it in here.
Do you have suggestions on an alternative way to word it?
I do not, because I do not think that as you have presented it, that it's an appropriate space to consider it.
To offer some kind of funding certainty.
Right. Even that, I, as it stands right now, I can't say with my whole chest that I believe that is a good path going forward. I don't have enough research.
That was to.
Oh, my bad.
That was to Ms. Rodriguez, to be different.
I mean,
I think part of what kind of whooped up on me was the amounts, that it's getting close to half that's already pre-allocated.
Again, I didn't want to provide a certain amount as to remove the ability for the Human Services Advisory Board to be consulted. So I even said, like, they could even do a formula on what that looks like. They could have this discussion. When this was brought to us, the idea was that they were consulted on something like this to further align. That's why I said, I messed up. I went back and rewatched that conversation. So, like I said too, I go to the Homelessness Coalition meetings. One of the routine asks from members of these organizations is like, hey, we're constantly getting the same amount, well, relatively the same amount of money. How can we just sit here and codify this?
So
It's already happening.
Councilmember, what if, as far as, because this is strategic plan that's supposed to be for the next 2 to 3 years, what if this conversation is something that maybe gets revisited again, either during budget policy or something like that?
Yes.
Because budget policy is what you're saying that you want to give direction for that next upcoming year. And so then it's not necessarily saying, y'all can try it, y'all can do whatever conversation, but I'm just thinking that gives more level of specificity than maybe the strategic plan. So that was just an offering in terms of some thoughts.
And that's fine. The only intent right here was because I know the HSAB board is already meeting. So I was just trying to get ahead of sort of what they're doing already, but if y'all feel that it's
So,
better.
Can this be on one of their agendas before our budget policy workshop and get their input before? Because I agree, budget policy is a better place for this, but would we be able to get input? I don't know what the capacity on their agendas are. If they're starting to hear presentations and the next agenda's full, I do not know.
Ms. Bettis Carey, do you know when they meet next? I think she's looking at it for us right now.
Yeah, because they don't meet like others do, which is once a month. They get in intense for, a few months. And we changed the calendar, we changed the time of year, so even if I knew what it usually was, I wouldn't know what it is here. But bottom line, regardless of when they meet, I think Ms. Reyes' suggestion is a really good one, is to have this discussion when we do budget policy.
Could we add, just for the sake of putting something in this document to hold our feet to the fire, assess social service funding levels, comma, including addressing continuity of funding allocations? That is very vague. Something around that intent. Getting at that. Because I could talk about this all day, y'all, mainly because, look.
I know, and let's not,
I know, Mayor.
we need
but
to close
I
this
guess
out.
my frustration is this. We consistently fight as a council for the organizations I'm mentioning. The police department, I know, has a deep partnership with Hayes Caldwell Women's Center. We get a lot out of that partnership. The food bank, oh my God, that's a public health issue, and we are so blessed to have them within our city providing the services. Southside, same thing. There are continual partnerships with the police department, with this city, because we don't have a homelessness shelter. So it acts as that, and we as a city are really, they are helping us in the delivery of our core services.
I don't think anybody is arguing that. I just think that, no, you're naming that. I think we agree with that. I think that the disconnect is, I don't believe that, I'm not comfortable putting this in this document because, again, until I do more research or kind of can imagine what it would look like, I don't even know if I support addressing continuity of funding allocations as a practice, right? And so I just want to make that clear. I believe in and I support
Although we're doing it
the
with
orgs.
CDBG.
Excuse me?
Although we're doing it with CDBG.
Okay.
I don't think so.
I don't, did you,
Yeah?
did you recommend that?
We didn't agree on it.
I thought we went with the two.
I thought we brought forward that recommendation
And y'all said no.
And you said no.
We said no.
Yeah, Mayor, it's my
No, I
recollection
wasn't
that did
crazy
not go
about it.
forward.
Right.
Do what? I'm sorry, Mr.
It is my recollection that did not go forward.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Thank you.
So, and I understand, Amanda, that you may feel differently than how you voted then, but I think that there's other ways in the regular agenda meeting process that we could work towards helping revisit
Okay.
that, if that's what you choose. Or not that, but just in general, like, we
Let-
could have this discussion outside strategic planning.
And let me go around the table because it's time to hear from our other council members. And so I'm going to state, there's maybe two answers. Do you want to address this here? And then do you want to address it at budget policy statement time? So I've got Ms. Garza down as no and a yes. Would that be correct? Not here, but yes at budget policy time?
Yeah,
Okay.
but, or whatever other setting, if it's like,
We might even want to just do a work session or something on that.
right,
Yeah.
We could,
Budget policy or
work session.
or other.
yeah.
Okay, I've got you down as a no and a yes. Mr. Mendoza?
I'm a no and a yes.
All right. Mr. Scott? Mr. Pacelk?
No and yes.
I'm a no and yes. I believe Mr. Gonzalez has left us for the day. And Ms. Rodriguez, I'm putting you down as a yes and yes. Okay. So it won't go here. We will talk about it at a future date, possibly the budget policy workshop. Or work session. Or a work session. Okay. Anything else in this section? Anything else at all? Because we're still in 3. We took something in 3 and moved it over to economic vitality, but now we're still in 3. Public service, public safety, core services, and fiscal excellence. If you have something, now's the time, or
Hold on. Well,
now's the time.
okay, yes.
If you have some,
I just wanted to offer an idea, but if it's, so I'm gonna message this to Hayden. So back to the partnership with Texas State, I was thinking about that and how the pushback may be like, state law or and I was wondering if maybe there was a way to better articulate that regardless of, like if we approach and it feels like Chief said that they're not going to be likely to want to do that. So as a kind of a mechanism to still proceed with the conversation about some sort of alignment, I'm recommending what I just sent Hayden, and I'm happy to read that while he's bringing it up.
please do.
Okay. So, let me cough first. Okay, so partner with Texas State University to develop interlocal standards and coordination protocols for UPD participation in law enforcement efforts. And then, this is just like word vomit, but to promote transparency, accountability, consistency, and community trust comparable to city standards where, I think I meant to say applicable. Does that make sense? So like even if, so what I quickly Googled was for some similar dynamics, it's like, okay, if we're not going to abide by the same like policies and procedures, like can we have just like a shared standard or like a shared overarching approach, right? And so one example is like, I know that there has been talks about like our cite and release ordinance versus what they practice. But we do know that with UPD, they do practice like some diversion practices. So it's like, if they're not comfortable adopting cite and release while they're on our streets, it would be helpful to at least have somewhere written that there is a priority towards some sort of diversion practices. Does that make sense? But I don't know.
Yeah, they don't have to do everything, but the main things where the inconsistency is huge, see where we can work together.
Right, and then just like constant conversation as to their rationale, right? Because maybe it's one of those things where it's like I struggle to understand, but I'm working on it, like why they wouldn't be down, or like why that energy is like that they'd immediately shut it down. But I wonder if it's like if they do that, like I don't want the conversation to end. Like perhaps we can endeavor for like some sort of shared vision to work towards.
I actually, Stan Standers, Police Chief, I actually appreciate a lot of this language. The word standards is concerning. Would you consider interlocal cooperation and coordination? Because I think that's where Chief Anderson and I would be. We want to cooperate, we want to coordinate always, versus this being anchored in standards.
Right. I do think that, so I don't know, if perhaps the word standards is not like appropriate or not the best choice, but I do believe that I want it to be kind of clear that this should be like, maybe like a statement or like a document, you know, not just like broadly speaking, cooperation. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, and when we do mutual aid and things like that, like you have in here, I think it's good. I think it's just the standards word can be a little bit more subjective in terms of what that means.
Right.
But I definitely feel the vibe of what you're saying and everything like that. I think the reason, you know, and we're not being presumptuous, but I think it's just more of like, what would be our stance if someone was trying to tell us
Right.
what to do? It's the loss of control, right? And
Right.
it's a loss of our ability to do that. So, but I think this shows more of like a good faith of working together to come up with shared values, shared goals, shared things like that, versus it being, we're putting our values and our standards on them.
Right, because I imagine again that we, at least theoretically and on paper now, again, to Councilwoman Rodriguez's point, I have too received constituent feedback that their interactions with San Marcos, Texas State UPD has been like not so great sometimes, right? But I imagine that in theory, like we do share alignment with a lot of our overall like approach to community policing and stuff like that. I just think that as a police department that answers to like a body of council members, and like we have so many other opportunities to constantly revisit our policies and our protocols so like they're a little bit more robust. But I think generally speaking, in theory, there's that alignment already.
And is this to replace the one that we did earlier?
So that's where I struggle, because I think it never hurts to ask, you know? If anything, it would be helpful to hear their rationale on like the resistance, right? Like just to have that so that we understand it. But it's like, okay, if the energy is there, that the likelihood is that there's going to be resistance, like how then do we
Well, my
prohibit
question
it?
would be, how long would it even take to go through that training? If it's 2 months,
Well, not
you know?
so I was imagining that like maybe like the new safety committee would, working with staff, like help kind of flesh out like that like shared vision type of thing.
Yeah.
Would the council,
But I don't.
and you, council member Gatsa, in particular, because you're the one who's offering the language, is if you had everything that you have there, partner with Texas State University to develop interlocal cooperation and coordination protocols for UPD participation and law enforcement efforts to promote transparency, accountability, consistency, and community trust. Take out the comparable to city standards and just say we're applicable while maintaining existing emergency da-da-da, because those are your goals, right? All of the things that you're saying. And city standards is the part that I think they may have a problem with, because if it's more shared goals and more shared things that we come to an agreement.
Yeah,
So,
I
just a
thought about that, but so I don't know if there's like the conversation arose from like wanting them to abide by what we do like generally, right? So it's like I feel like I don't know what other way to frame it, that yeah, we do have a standard and we do feel that we believe strongly in our standards, and if it can't be a copy paste as suggested in the what is that, 8, then like I'll settle for comparable and we can talk about it together. Does that make sense?
Maybe
Not holding them to it.
not even comparable, but considering. Would that work? Considering city standards?
Right. Well, I guess so.
Councilwoman Garza, I definitely sense the spirit of cooperation for which you offer this, but I think you're asking a state entity to abide by a local policy. So to Ms. Reyes's point, if you just remove that one provision, You get Chief Anderson and I where we need to be to have this conversation in relationship. If we just took out comparable to city standards where applicable, you give us.
Because that's going to
that
happen
grace.
anyway when we're
Exactly.
talking about coordination.
Exactly.
Coordination with what?
Right.
Okay.
I think you open that door for that relationship conversation.
Right, okay. I guess I'm curious to hear Councilwoman Rodriguez's thoughts, since she's the one who offered. Was it you or was that Lorenzo? Was it Lorenzo for the, right, so what your thoughts are on that? So I don't want to dilute the original sentiment that I feel like a lot of us were in agreement on, which is that we want to have the conversation for them to.
Yeah, and I still
Consider
think
that.
that we need to make a distinction
Mhm.
between, if it ever happens with what we want, is they're actually there, they're filling a slot, and they're working under our direction. That's one thing, and that's where I want to see more compliance with our stuff. But I don't want that to keep them from coming if we really need them and it's an emergency basis. And I think those are two different situations.
Right.
And I'm going to be stronger on one than the other, and we're not making that distinction here, which is still
right.
bothering me.
So I did put like, the last sentence is, I was trying to name that we want this conversation to happen while still maintaining existing emergency mutual aid
This is better?
collaboration. When I say throughout the process, it means like throughout the process of fleshing out a shared agreement. But again, since the majority of council supported the verbiage above, would like to hear my colleagues' thoughts.
I would say take out comparable to city standards, because that conversation is going to be part of the coordination. So I don't think we have to say that here and make it look like it's a, line in the sand kind of thing. I think that the end result will be the same even if we take it out. So that's where I am. Mr. Scott?
I agree.
Taking
you just
that
said.
phrase out. Mr. Paselk? And then I'm coming to you, Mr. Mendoza.
In either event, just so I'm clear, these aren't enforceable to them anyway, right? But Councilwoman Garza, are you trying to, do you want to keep city standards in just so we want them to strive and know what our standards are? Is that the idea? Yeah, however unenforceable, right? Would you agree on that, or?
Unenforceable, like this is, what do you mean unenforceable?
Well, as in, we can ask them to strive for these things all day long, but we can't hold them accountable to that.
Well, if they agree to, whatever they agree to develop interlocal cooperation and coordination protocols, and I would assume that we would hold them accountable to that. But does that make sense? It's like, what I'm saying is, whatever it is that we can agree on, then with that standard, like ideally we want it to be everything. But if the energy is that they're going to shut it down at require adherence to the same ordinances, policies, and accountability, then how do we keep that conversation going to where we can still talk about what we are in alignment in, even if it's not exact policies, but like with the example with cite and release, they don't abide by cite and release, but they have other like diversion types of practices. And I think there it's like we would prefer, when applicable, to do things like that.
Let me make sure I understand, because I may be misunderstanding. Before, we were talking about what happens when they're directly working with us. Are you talking about hoping that they will do something different in their day-to-day that's not related to
No,
us?
when they're in San Marcos. I mean, like when they're
Okay.
like down, you know,
Okay.
yes. Not,
I thought you were
right.
going someplace else, and I
No,
need to
no,
make
no.
sure. Okay,
No, no.
thank you. Off campus.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I
Could-
should have
glad I asked.
specified that.
Could I throw out a suggestion? It's probably going to take you in a place you really don't want to go, but
No, we could stick with the other one.
it's the idea that right, we're kind of that is kind of like drawing a line in there. It's saying it has to meet our standards. Could it possibly read something where we strive to reach mutually agreeable standards, so that yeah, Texas State is going to have some restrictions, maybe by law, and maybe in other cases just because they don't want to. But is there ever a middle ground in some of those situations that we can come to? So could we strive for mutually agreed standards? Just throwing that out there as a concept.
So one of my questions I was going to ask earlier and hadn't done yet was, you know, we work with UPD quite often. Is that correct, Chief? You come across them a lot?
Yes.
They shoot at the gun range? You see these guys?
We work closely with UPD.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not like they're deficient. They just don't hold the same set of rule sets that we have currently. That'd be hard for us to pull off. So I think in Councilwoman Garza's intention is just that, like, we're all striving for the best quality of service in the event that when we're working downtown, these situations that when they come in, right? I'm just recapping this for everybody too. So when they come in, they're involved in a quality manner. So I wouldn't be against separately outlining some mutually agreeable guidelines for if and when we do work together. These are, I understand you've got your set of rules, we got my set of rules, but we can both agree on these top 15 items that ultimately get communicated back to the community, which is, look, we both agree on, you know, quality of service. We agree in the human rights portion of it. We agree in the accountability and safety of our police officers, or just whatever the case may be. But as it stands right now, I do see that there is a division in the standards portion of it. So per the suggestion of Mayor earlier, I don't know how we get past that here today unless at impasse in general. So I'd be okay with, was that 5? Is that 5? Yeah. Without the comparable to city standards. But I do, the caveat to that is if the mutual thing that Sam was bringing up, where we can identify some things that we can do well together, I'd be interested in that.
You're right. Maybe it's just like the wording of it all, but I feel like it's implied that if we're partnering with them to develop interlocal cooperation and coordination protocols, that is going to be mutually agreed upon, right? The only reason I added comparable to city standards is because I don't want to dilute the original sentiment of something that we all already agreed on. I just don't want the conversation to die. Does that make sense? So maybe it's like we keep what is already there and
Oh, generally speaking, I like the new one better. It's just, I would like to take the phrase out, but I think Mr. Paselk is correct if I was understanding you, or I'll just say it is, if we're working with folks, it's got to be, you know, whatever they agree to. If they don't agree to something, then, you know, there's not an agreement. So let's see, you know, what we can do, how far we can get, but not put any lines in the sand that might hinder that effort.
It'd be really cool if they'd work at city standards, you know. Yeah, but ultimately, I guess unenforceable legally, that's just sounds impossible to do. So, but like most organizations have to work together in partnership, man, we get together. I think the point of this conversation is that the public is interested in seeing how we work with them. We've recently came across some tragedies within the last year. So again, the reason we're having conversations is just because of events that have happened. So yeah, I think sussing that out and figuring out how we currently work with them too would also be helpful, because we're also posturing like we
Yeah.
know what it is that you do day in and day out with them, which we don't. So,
No, go ahead.
no, I'm done. Thank you.
I want to go to Mr. Mendoza, then I'll go to Ms. Rodriguez, and we can talk in circles all day, but at some point, we're going to have to give our preference and see where we are unless there's other alternate text provided.
Mayor, I'm always short on words. I'm not gonna sit here and just talk. I want to remove comparable to city standards. That's where I stand on it.
Did you say you want to remove it?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
That phrase, but you're good with the rest of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Okay. So I was a yes. Mr. Scott was a yes. We have Mr. Mendoza's a yes. Mr. Gonzalez is not here. So
Mayor.
did you give it a preference, Mr. Pacelk, of to leave it in or take it out?
Just repose the question one last time, make sure I'm not messing this up, because we've got a separate version.
What's your preference? Leave in the phrase about city standards or take it out? Leaving the rest of it?
Leaving the rest of it, but I'm going to take out city standards right now.
Okay.
Okay, so I just want to make it clear that unless they're city standards, then I'd rather just stick with the other one, because the whole point is to begin the conversation with what it is what it is. Like, it's, our police department is the one who does most of that work downtown already. I think that I feel like it's, yeah.
Let me go to Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah, it's not a hard ask.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm against this completely. I think to strike comparable to city standards where applicable completely, as the original author who described the intent of this, that was the entire intent. So it guts that. So for me, I can't support it. I was very much fine with mutually agreeable terms. And even, if it was to explicitly say, like, for them to enter into some sort of memorandum of understanding similar to other things that we do, I was fine with that. I was absolutely fine with an understanding that perhaps all of the things that we do, unfortunately, which I don't understand why, I guess they're operating on like the Wild Wild West over there, why they wouldn't be okay with it, but I get that. But to strike that guts the entire intent of the original language I provided. So to answer your question, no, I can't support this.
Okay, so we've got no. We've got 4 that like the new section, if we leave comparable out. What I haven't asked is if comparable is out, do you prefer the section above or the section below? So let me go around and ask that. And I'll go ahead and start and say I like the new one without that phrase, but I could go with putting the word city standards in there as something that we would like to do. I don't want to draw the line in the sand and say it has to be.
Where?
In the new one where we've 4 of us have said to remove
Right.
comparable to city standards. And that was like it was a minimum. And if it's more of like a goal instead of a have to. If you want to leave the word city standards in there, I like to soften it up a bit.
Sure. Right. Yeah,
You see where I'm going?
I do. So when you're reading it, it feels like we are like forcing them to contemplate that. I do. I want them to
Yes.
contemplate that.
Well,
But if we don't
it's-
agree with something, then it's not going to be a part of the list of interlocal cooperation and coordination protocols, right?
Here's the deal, if we don't, and it appears that it's maybe unlikely that they will say, buy in, yes, 100% for this. I'd like to see how close we can get. And that's why I like the interlocal cooperation and coordination protocols for their participation. So let's see how close we can get. But the way I was reading that, it was, hey, if you're not going to abide by it, there's no point in talking about it. And that's what I was trying to get away from.
Okay, so you're trying to wordsmith it so that,
I want to get the cooperation, coordination going. We'd like to get fully to our standards, but that's not a have to. I'd like to see, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
okay, so are you gonna put some new verbiage together?
We've got with a goal comparable to city standards. That's close to what I want. I'm not sure that the wording is quite the way. It's like when you write something when you start. So not criticizing Mr. Meagle, that's probably what I would have put. That I can support.
And if I might ask the chief a question real quick. You know what we're trying to do here. We want to hold Texas State accountable as close as possible to our standards. Do you have a suggestion on how we might approach that conversation with them? Because we're strategically saying, hey, this is important to us. We're about to have to work with each other maybe a little bit more than before.
You ask an honest question, you'll get an honest answer.
Yeah.
We do this through relationship, not
Yeah.
through these words on this paper. And so, to Councilwoman Garza's point earlier, removing the comparable to city standards still gives us the same energy. Chief Anderson and I know what you're after. It allows us to sit down, not with accusation, but through relationship and
I see what you're
say,
saying.
hey, do you have a use of force policy? I'll show you mine, you show me yours. What's a best practice that maybe you're considering? Hey, I could learn something from him.
As
It
opposed to
allows
walking
us-
into the conversation under the assumption that their standards aren't yours,
Are
albeit that
deficient.
very well
Right.
may be true.
Right.
You're asking for an introduction to that first conversation.
Right.
And work the relationships on the back end as we work more together over time.
Right, because
I
I
don't- I
hear
don't-
you all, and I'm going to be responsive to you. I
Right.
know what you want to accomplish, but let us do it through relationship, and I think we'll be all better
Yeah.
served long-term.
So it's landing the message for you ultimately, right? Yeah, relationship. It's like how you walk that in
Right.
matters. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I think the reason why I was like contemplating this is because we could tell them to do stuff all day, but if there's no buy-in, it's not going to be implemented or executed.
Right.
So with a goal comparable to city standards.
Yeah, let's see how close we can get, but let's not destroy the relationship if they can't be perfect.
Right. I'm wondering, is it possible for I guess maybe like that new committee, I don't know if it'll prolong this, I don't know what the timeline was for this, the new safety committee to get briefed on kind of what would be presented to UPD, right? So we have a sense of like what the conversation is going to look like, and maybe we could give some feedback on that. Does that make sense? That's just an idea to contemplate for the future.
Yeah, but it's like the others. Do we want to put something here? Do we want to put something light here with development to come later?
Right.
And if we do,
I
then
felt
what do
this
we
is
want to
light.
leave here? Because I really like this new one better than the one above it.
Okay.
That's me. I need to go around the table, but okay, let me see. Mr. Mendoza, for what you see on the screen, there's one that starts with when, and the other one starts with partner. Which one is your preference? We softened up the city standards.
Yes, it's not with a goal comparable to city standards.
This may change before finalization.
Honestly, I'm indifferent on either one of them. It's really the author. How does the author feel?
Well, the first one's pretty much, you know, if, line in the sand.
Why
The
don't-
second one
Ma'am.
starts with, let's talk about stuff.
Mayor, as
Well,
the author of 8,
Okay.
can I just strike it? I'm going to make a motion to strike it. I don't, yeah, it doesn't need to be a conversation of either or if there's
Okay.
already preference.
Well, I was going to find out what the preference of the group is.
Yeah, no, I appreciate, but I guess it sounds like we've already been making more progress with the second one, so.
I think the second one's more achievable.
Yeah, as the author, let's just strike it.
Okay, all right.
Mayor, can't we just throw in some verbiage that uplifts, puts the UPD in a positive light with a goal? It's like you're saying comparable to city standards, and we're all in the assumption that our standards are better than theirs, but you can also lift up their standard in the statement itself, is saying, ensuring that both UPD standards and city standards are in alignment with quality of service.
I missed that wording change. Or was it a wording change and it was talking about the wording that's on the screen?
And I definitely understand what Councilwoman Garza wants to do too. You want to have some teeth to something, you know, and make sure that there's some enforcement, because we'd like for them to have a response. There's two general ways you do that with people. Sometimes you got to come with you're coming in with a hammer, and sometimes you're coming with a hug. So really, it's just two different ways of approaching this, and I'd have to defer to somebody who knows a little bit better, and Chief's going to have the best idea of his relationship with the chief over there.
I think sometimes it's like hard, like I get that. And honestly, I mean, maybe some of UPD's practices are better than ours. Like me personally, I think I feel pretty similar to both entities on different things sometimes. But I mean, do we really gotta like coddle their feelings like that in the strategical documents? Like I think they know that we value their cooperation, right? I think they know that we value all our relationships with the university, but what I'm trying to say is naming comparable to city standards is not necessarily to be interpreted as that means that your standards are subpar. It just, for me, it means that because you're coming into our city, right? I mean, outside your kind of boundaries, that's the standard that we kind of want to begin by. But obviously, because we're setting it so that it is coordination protocols and we're developing it together, that it's like implied that we're open to also hearing
Yeah, and
their
I
best
never meant
practices.
that their protocols were subpar. They're different.
Right.
And I don't know how much overlap and how much they may be the same. And I
Right.
don't know where the differences are.
Right.
So-
And maybe it was my bad for saying like there has been some bad experience that are reported to me. That's true. But I mean, I think we all know that sometimes no news is good news, right? Like that's not to say that some people don't have far better experiences with UPD, right? So maybe that kind of messed with the tone. Like I'm not trying to say that their stuff is subpar, but yeah.
I don't want to beat a dead horse here, but what about another option with goals of or standards acceptable to the city? You know, at the end of the day, if we're saying it's not a hard line, that we're still going to negotiate agreements, well, at the end of the day, it's still the idea, but that's the last I'll throw out there.
I think that still sounds like a line drawn in the sand. And that's what I'm trying to not do it, so I appreciate the extra thought, but that, Mr. Mendoza, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. So just to verify, I mean, I think I know the answer here, but whether it's chief or staff who can answer this for me, UPD, whatever direction they have, and let's say it's SMPD, UPD, they have the conversation, things are starting to work out. They don't just make the decisions themselves. This has to be brought up to the regents with their approval, or the state of Texas has to approve this. It's not like UPD is independent and they can do what they want to. It still has to be approved by the larger entity.
I can't speak for UPD. I will say that the chief of police is the final arbiter for policy. It undergoes careful evaluation with the city manager's office and legal, but the chief is actually the final arbiter, and I don't know if UPD does it the same way.
So, yeah, I'm just thinking because we do have a history of the state of Texas not being as cooperative with municipalities. Is there a chance the state could step in and say, you know what, I don't agree with it. We're going to follow the state policies. UPD, this is what you're going to do.
I'm not sure what you said, but the stormwater fees are jumping into my head. So that's something else, that if we push really hard, y'all don't know the stormwater fees story. Years ago, the university agreed to pay the stormwater fees, and then a regent was reading through the budget and said, what in the heck is this? Went to the legislature and got a law passed that says universities cannot pay stormwater fees. So they no longer pay the stormwater fees.
That's my ultimate fear about putting the line in the sand, is the state stepping in. And again, we have a history with the way the state has been having fun with the city of San Marcos, and I would hate for them to. I don't doubt UPD would do everything they can to cooperate with us. I'm just more concerned about the bigger dogs coming in and pulling their weight.
Yeah, that's why I like this cooperation at the local level between us and them. They're talking about what works, and we get done what we need done in San Marcos, Texas.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to make another round on this. The other item has been withdrawn, so we now have the partner, develop interlocal cooperation and coordination protocols. We have a goal comparable to city standards, and the rest of the words remain the same. So I'm going to go around the table again. Mr. Mendoza, I'll let you go first.
Yes, I'm okay with the way it's written right there.
So you're a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Thank you. Talking to my collar. Okay, Ms. Garza?
I'm a yes, and I appreciate that reminder about the, what was it?
Stormwater fees.
Stormwater fees, because, yeah, it would be a shame for the state to read something and interpret it like we are being heavy-handed or whatever, but at least for me, I think the goal is a shared vision and to continue to work towards that.
A conversation that continues.
Right. And yeah, and to document it, right? Like, what are the thoughts, feelings, and emotions? Like, why wouldn't you? Or to help us better understand. Yeah.
Mr. Pacell?
Was the only change here the word goal? But we moved the goal word. That's funny.
Want to move that phrase somewhere?
No, I don't want to move anything.
Oh.
Yeah, I'd be very careful about this. I'm actually not okay with this version.
I'm going to go to Ms. Rodriguez, and then I'm going to come back and say, what can we do to make it better? Ms. Rodriguez?
I'm fine.
You're a yes? Okay, Mr. Pacell, what you got that would make it better? Although you're the only one saying, So, quickly, or moving on.
Yeah, again, my only worry, just based off this conversation, is that we're just talking about not drawing a line in the sand. So does goal fix that? Everybody agrees the word goal fixes that?
Well, it's the best word that we came up with right now. It could change on the 17th.
Yeah, okay. I'm fine for that for now, and then let's, we can do a final on the 17th. Yeah.
Okay.
And I would be interested in working out some other options on the words, because I'm still concerned that,
Well, if you
Yeah,
think
I
of
don't wanna
something
rock that
better,
boat.
send your potential amendments to Mr. Meagle before the meeting. We'll look at them on the Jumbotron during the meeting as amendment. Not required, it helps. Have we concluded this section? Actually, have we concluded item 3, public safety core services and fiscal excellence? Have we now concluded that? I believe we have, and I believe, Mr. Meagle, anybody else, do we have anything that has been untouched?
You have gone through all of the goals.
Okay, so have we done what we needed to do today?
Yes.
Council?
I've got nothing else. Y'all have anything else?
I'm not seeing anybody. I don't see Mr. Mendoza's hand up. Therefore,
ma'am.
it's going to come back to us. There may be some suggested changes from the staff. If you have them, like I said, send them ahead of time to Mr. Meagle, as was great for any amendment you plan to bring.
Yeah, I'll be sending it to everyone. I'll be
And
sending
we'll be getting
the,
this in the next day or two?
Yes.
Business work days?
correct.
Okay. So, question and answer with press and public. I think Mr. Baker was signed up to do that. Am I correct, Ms. Trevino? He's not online. He's not online? Then I will adjourn us at 2:45.
Thank you.
Councilwoman.